Good morning, my dudes.
Wait, I can't pick a slot? Well, let me rejoin.
Yeah, it takes a while. Oh, there's marksman.
I believe you are, yes. What's up?
Briefing been posted yet?
This is a good sign? I think someone pushed the wrong button.
Indeed. Yep. Back to in-game Koala.
So remember how last week, last stream I said I'd try and get Misfizz up and running? Well, I kind
have no
of
idea what you're doing.
didn't manage to get that done because I was a little more busy during the week than I expected. So we're not doing Misfizz this week. Hopefully next week, fingers crossed, maybe. We'll see.
There's been a humpback whale spotted.
I got a bunch
outside
of planes I want to fly in it,
coast,
so I do need to get it up and running again soon. But
which is extremely
what we're doing
rare.
today is DCS.
That something would come up this
If it cooperates. Because I got something I want to fly in that too. Something that probably most people didn't think they'd ever see on my channel.
Guten evening all.
Hello.
Hello.
Body cam's already running since everyone was so fucking late.
User joined your channel.
There will be plenty of thrills and spills. Those are probably mostly spills.
User joined your channel. User joined
Hey
your
Veritech,
channel.
good to see you, man. Today's mission will be a follow-on from the previous Soviet mission we did, where we were playing as motor rifles pushing through Germany. So this is following on from that. Nope, not Afghanistan. When I say following on from the last one, I mean it's like directly following on from it. We're, according to the brief sneak preview I got of the mission just then, we're even spawning in the previous position we were in.
I guess.
Hello?
Everyone's so quiet. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad yourself.
Pretty good.
I
Hey,
had
Campia,
some music.
just a resub.
Oh, that's me watching. Video.
How
it's
dare
me
you?
living in your walls.
Oh yeah.
User joined your channel.
Hello.
Hello.
User joined your channel. User left your channel. User joined your channel. User joined your channel.
Doth mine eyes deceive me?
What?
They did deceive me.
What?
I saw Grim connect to TeamSpeak.
You were deceived.
And then he
didn't
left.
give me tags.
Wow.
Somebody took my tags off me.
I mean,
Maybe you were dead.
who would do a thing like that, Piazzo?
Why would you care about the tags?
Because I can't change channel. Because I don't have permissions.
Maybe you don't need to change channel. Did you ever think about that?
Yeah.
I'll just talk on my own at the entrance in TeamSpeak.
Kill me ensuring he's not platoon leader right there.
It is the only way. You must make the sacrifice.
I prefer platoon over squad, you know. Less stress.
I came too late.
I enjoy
for
playing the game.
Well, have fun, guys.
You're kidding.
What's up?
I will
Robert
find
Alex?
out. I will find out where you live, Alex.
It's been fun. I'm gonna go watch them play Rimworld now.
I will. I
Alex,
will.
what's happened?
I will poo on your door.
Have you gentlemen heard of Jakub?
Oh, you will spread your fucking gospel of Jakub now.
I am
The Wikipedia page I
spreading.
sent you.
I am spreading the gospel of Jakub. Okay.
The fool.
So Jakub created
Oh.
white people. Okay.
Artigiano.
Okay.
6,600 years ago, Jakub created white people.
Proto-white or like white giants? What kind of white?
White
No,
people.
no.
White
Okay.
people.
Via process of a eugenics program. Okay, he
Oh,
was
no.
a brilliant scientist. Okay, 6,000 years ago.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Where there were no white people. Okay, and Jakub lived to the age of 150. Okay.
Bango.
Mm.
Are you happy with the medic system? Yeah.
Yes.
I
Used to
trust
it.
Fango.
Don't
I'll
say
keep
more.
you alive.
It'll be me down most of the time.
Piotr explained
Real
then
Zeus.
Exactly.
the Finno-Korean hyperwar.
It's very easily explained. It's because white people have hatred. Okay, and the barbarians
Piotr,
and
I'm
White
gonna need you
people-
to. Piotr, I'm going to need you to
Before-
stop.
Jakub specifically made white people to be evil and deceive people.
okay.
This is true.
You guys see
This
there's
means
like
I'm not white.
there's
Because-
some
Right.
there's some
Finnish.
shooter being
Mm.
made that I wish I could remember what it's called, but the trailer for it is the most schizo shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, it opens up
Eventually.
and it looks like it's a game about the fucking Finno-Korean hyper war because there's like pyramids descending from the sky and everyone has lasers and shit, and then it goes to like the forest.
Oh, also, Jakub describes that Moses tried to tame white people. However, he
Piotr, I'm going
failed.
to need you to
Piotr,
stop.
this conversation is finished.
You know the people, Moses.
Right, that's enough.
Yeah. It's turning into one of those discussions.
Why are they like this?
It's 2 o'clock.
The white man.
Right.
It is. It is game time.
Yes. We be gaming.
Where is Bixen? I saw
Shit, I will
Bixen
never
join.
know what Jakub did.
Dixon is in the TeamSpeak, but not
We
currently
already
present.
know what he did.
Who
Nothing
is
wrong.
Max?
We are currently missing 2 people. Who are the 2 people?
We have
Dixon
a
and
The mods
Yeah.
didn't load right, so I had to relaunch
Okay.
the game.
Are
we have a
pla-
new player.
Yes,
Um,
hello,
Max.
hi.
Hello.
are we planning on having an AI driver?
Yes.
Okay.
You want me to handle it?
Just a heads up. I think you have pathing disabled on the AI, so you will have to manually drag him into the
That's fine.
driver's seat, Mohigan.
Alec. Should we shift down? There's no real need for a platoon lead with 1 element.
Yeah, we can do that.
Just still launching ArmA. So give me a short moment.
Yeah, depending on desire, can either take assistant grenadier or PTR driver. Do we want an AI driver? It'd be easy to do.
Section 2 freeze, I'm not so fussed. That's whatever you guys want.
Azrael, do you want a real driver or an AI driver?
How many people are we gonna have?
So we're still expecting.
The
You
next
know-
question is, does anyone want to volunteer as a driver?
We're still
If the
expecting.
answer is no, then yes, it's AI driver.
Anctus,
Anctus won't be showing up.
Poland,
He's
Yeah,
too much
he's,
pain.
I can drive.
Poland,
he's not here.
and Max Ide or whoever that is.
New player, but assistant grenadier maybe.
You were still expecting maybe 1 or 2 more. I've got 10 if you take out Anctus. That's including me.
Where can I find the server password?
VDV all caps.
Okay.
There you go. You have a real driver now.
You can find it in your heart.
You just need to believe hard enough.
Max, take assistant grenadier.
Will do.
Oh, hey, it's Max.
It is.
Yeah. Like, come on, just take what you can. Dixon, do we actually need a second BTR?
No, but I kind of want to.
What I was going to say is, you could take on our roll, you could take a BDRM as well.
Yeah, because the reasoning behind grabbing the second vehicle is if we do have more people showing up, then we can actually move everyone around.
Or you could take the BDRM.
How many are we missing?
Does
I just
BRDM
I just
even
need
fit
a
enough
vehicle, I really
people?
don't care what it is.
Ognian just launched his game.
Oh no, Alec! It looks like we need a platoon.
Yeah, who were we waiting for? It is 3 minutes past.
Yeah, no,
Ognian.
Ognian just launched his game.
How many we got on the team speak? Someone has braved alt tab. I'm
12.
so scared.
User joined your channel.
13.
13.
Is that who just joined Onion?
Onion.
Which brings us to a third man.
I am now going to play your
Expaldonio.
night call. I am Ryan Gosling, the driver.
No, fuck you, that's me. I am him.
He can.
I am him.
Just take us through, like, people
Can't
can
have a
join in while
sixer
it's slot
right
they need to join.
X7, pick a slot.
No. Which one?
Do we want Dixon having the second BTR?
Most organized 345th mission.
Up to you, Alec.
So apparently the lore on this
I
is
would
they were
like
all
to,
sitting in
I don't know.
Discord
we have
watching
too many people
someone
to
play
fit in one
RimWorld.
vehicle, so maybe not a BTR, but something else.
Very
I don't know
well
how many
prepared for the
people
mission they
BTRs
knew was
see.
coming.
One know off the top of their head.
8.
Inside and on top?
An entire squad on top and an entire squad in the bottom.
Ah,
So
On top you
more
can
than enough
feel-
seats.
okay, okay. Yeah, Dixon,
Like
go ahead
Indian
and
bus.
pick go ahead and pick
Hey, Super.
I don't know, either team leader or grenadier in 1-3.
I want to, or I can be a marksman.
Yeah, sure, what the hell.
No!
Alright, go ahead, put us through.
I
so
have
get Onion to take
tried it, and I do indeed
Commonwealth
like it,
DCS,
and that's
yeah.
what we're going to be doing
Yeah,
after
there's,
ArmA.
there's a rifleman in the main squad.
Since I didn't get around to
Yeah,
setting up
and
Mizviz, making sure it was all up to date.
They've all
I can
those
actually play
AIs.
Mizviz, it's
Go
just
ahead,
that I haven't played it for like over a month at this point, and so there's almost certainly been a multi-gigabiggle update, which,
Do you have a Google
I don't want to be
document?
sitting in the
I am
AFK
literally opening
screen on stream for an hour while
I
Mizviz
just get to
updates.
tab, so,
That's not very interesting viewing. So I've got to
Someone
catch
to go
up
off
on
the event
that some
again.
other time.
So, welcome to Upgrade Titan Part 2.
Also, I found out that yes,
As you know,
indeed,
previously we
Lancet
captured
did make
the
this
area of
map.
stock indicating encirclement around US
is
forces
pretty
in
neat.
Roche. We're currently spending the night in Stalking. The encircled American forces have attempted a breakthrough to the south of Roche. We believe much of the main US force will be involved in that, but that fallback forces and blocking forces have been left around the area of Roche in case that breakthrough fails. Allied forces have secured our whole northern sectors, we don't have to worry about that. So we're to advance into Roche, clear and hold Roche. So we'll advance south into Roche, mop up any blocking forces, secure the town, and prevent US forces from using Roche as a fallback. So execution, advance to Roche, clear and hold, and destroy or capture any blocking forces or remaining troops. Again, we're a motor rifle unit, we're equipped with BTRs, we have command BDRM, small arms, AK-74s, RPKs, RPJs, and ATGMs if required.
Hey, Cotty.
There are friendly forces in the area, expect air forces, ground forces as well. US Army and QRFs are in the area, main concentrated around Roche and supply roads, and then they're armed with small armed armor vehicles, some armor has been seen in the area, and there is USSF in the area as well. US Armed Forces wearing OD with OD covers, camouflage covers, sorry, and the vehicles are in the OD as well. We're equipped with KLMK suits, vehicle crews with tan uniforms. Civilians have all been evacuated from the area. ROE, we to engage US forces on site, be aware of surrounding forces as we are subject to the laws of war. Command HQ is Babushka, Platoon Malyut, Squads Misha, Anton, and Vasily. Any questions? Nope. Right, Alec, all yours.
Alright, we're only taking one vehicle. We are taking the first BTR. We will I'll designate someone to be in charge of the what is it? Is it a Conkers or a Malyutka?
It is
Conkers, isn't it? Cornet, yeah. I'll designate like one or two guys to be in charge of pulling that in and out of the vehicle when we get in. We're not going to take the Ural or the BRDM to start with. If we have casualties, I may request them be armored.
If
we're gonna mount up. Here, I'll make it purple. Mount up, and we're not gonna go very far. We're gonna go right here, and observe before remounting and attacking Yarlets. There's loads of open ground, so really, we can't plan further until we get eyes onto targets. Like, and what is the nature of our possible artillery and air support? Is it possibly 82 millimeter? Is it possibly 155? Is it possibly grad?
You'll have a mixture of. If you've got whole battalions, you'll have a mixture of mortars, artillery, or possibly BM21s.
Copy.
You may be able to get helicopter support as well, depending on how much you need it compared to other forces.
Copy. There doesn't really appear to be any sort of cover that we are able to take. So we are just going to drive down the road at the enemy that are blocking us.
Alec.
Yes.
Each field is surrounded by a ditch. If you swap to the regular map mode, you'll see there are several fields with several ditches.
Yeah. I don't think that they're very substantial ditches. But if you like, we can make a little maneuver. And dismount here before maneuvering across at a shorter distance. So we're still going to move to the dismount and observe point right outside of town.
Copy.
Does anyone have any other questions?
No, Cotty's being facetious.
Babushka is AFK. Amogus time.
Also, the contour interval goes down as you zoom in. By the way, Cotty, it goes to 10 there, and then 5 there, 2, 1, etc. Never goes below 1 though.
I suspect that we will have a great many angry Americans trying to kill us.
One can only hope.
So if we perform badly, we'll get support.
Yeah, I'm counting on if we take a lot of
Wait,
casualties,
seriously?
I'll probably request people to spawn in our crew. I don't know.
Meekin, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Cool.
Yeah, go ahead, put us through.
Huh. What's the B, Bolshaya?
The awkward silence of
Oh, battalion,
waiting for
okay.
Meekin.
I am ready to drive. I have a bag of Doritos, a Lipton ice
Is Ryan Gosling.
cigarettes.
What flavor Doritos?
The chili heat wave.
Ryan Gosling as Trevor San
Radio?
Francisco. Where is there is Mr. Ryan Gosling fan.
Frequency 40.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, Minamiot is mine
I
thrower.
am the only
Pulimiot
Oh,
is
no.
bullet
Oh,
thrower.
I
What have you done?
Which is the most based word for a machine gun. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, we got grip.
Give me a second.
Yep,
I gotta
RPK.
get that Windows key.
Everyone under me is red.
How did
Everyone
you
under
arrest
kill me
him without
is
your Windows key?
yellow.
Accident.
What am I? What is the
Alec.
vehicle crew?
Yeah, what color do you want vehicle crew?
You are blue.
Blue. I am blue, double D, double die.
Dabba dee dabba die.
What color am I? I'm from the other squad.
Nice,
Yeah, yellow.
nice
Congratulations, you've been
glasses.
promoted.
Ah, I see.
I am red.
Yeah.
What about?
I never know which ones I have. Either this
about
one
Dixon?
or the ones you're wearing.
And
Never
XF,
decide.
Camera
Where are
looks
they?
fucking awful.
Where
This camo
are
is
where
not
are
good.
Dixon and XF?
This is KOMK. It's good
Alec?
camo.
Yeah.
It's sexy.
I'm gonna go with yellow team, just to the observe marker. It's literally 50 meters away. Yellow on me.
Or to
I think we could have
serialize
a
it.
lot of fun today with the RPG. I have 6.
It is not sexy. I disagree with that statement.
You are not sexy.
I don't actually know if we're gonna be able to see out from here though.
Probably not.
Yeah. Gosling.
Nah, there's
You are the
fucking
big
low
boss.
rolling hills.
What is the Spanish word for machine gun? Is it like
Yeah.
derived from the same as French, like mitrailleur?
There's also mines, so
Ah,
I don't know
okay.
barbed wire.
I can never remember which European
Driver.
or like
Bunny.
which Romance languages. Dumbass. I can
There
words.
is no bunny there. There is bunny.
Use that and
There
which
is no
don't.
bunny. Bunny is client side. No
is
bunny.
here.
There is bunny over there, not there.
There is no,
No
bunny,
bunny.
over there.
There is
Although
bunny
maybe
over
they're
there.
the
bunny over
same
This is
route.
bunny.
I don't
Oh.
know.
There is no bunny over there.
I guess we'll go
There's
back and report we can't see shit. Let's go.
a hopeless romantic. In pajama camo, I hate this.
Hello,
thing.
comrade.
What's wrong with you?
Fuck all. There's a slight incline. Also, there's mines, so don't go that way.
KLMK is based.
Look like I'm about to go.
Pajama
It
They're
is
surrounded by
pajama
barbed
camo.
wire and marked with signs. If someone hits them, I doubt they're intelligent.
Why don't you like being comfy?
That I can patch them up.
Pajama camo.
Exactly,
Shut up. I
Fango
look
said
like
to
I'm
fix
about
their
to go.
That's the final illusion.
Wait, what?
This unit? What?
EPN needs to sleepy.
He needs to sleep.
Shall we
He's
mount
so
up, Alec?
very tired.
You know I'm yelling.
I would like Mr. Onion and Mr. Alex to be in charge of the cornet that is in the BTR.
Okay.
Wait, in charge? Us in charge.
Oh
Are we
no.
mounting up, Alex?
Yes, Matt. Yes, I said
Alright,
we're
mount
still
up, mount up. Let's go.
So, is a big tube that makes tank go kaboom.
I'm very comfy. I will go to sleep.
What the fuck? There's a chopper outside. But I can't see it.
Yep.
Shame.
I can only hear it. I cannot see it.
I'd rather sit in this thing than on top.
You
I'd
are
rather sit on
mistaken.
top.
You want to sit on the top.
I mean, there's nothing stopping you from going
Piotr,
inside.
Ezreal, David.
Yeah, but you can't see anything.
I am actively holding my
There are
gun
mines
towards my
on the
face.
road.
Look at this.
I wonder
So
if I look
you're going
at
to
this
take a right at
camo
this
long enough,
intersection,
the
and then
pyjama camo,
immediately take a right at the edge of
if
the
I will
town
find an
into
Amogus.
the grass. Okay.
Max,
You know what's really
in the
funny?
vehicle.
This shit's actually like super effective in a forest.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Really?
Fuck
Amogus
me, there's no
pyjama camo.
GPS either. God.
Yeah, the
You'll have to navigate the
the
real way with a map.
strong contrast between the green and the white
Good thing I don't have an AI
completely
driver.
breaks up your outline, and it looks like shafts of light coming through a forest canopy.
Babushka, this is Misha.
So in a forest in daytime especially, it's like really, really good. And I bet you
Piotr, Ezreal,
the kind of
if you can
pixelated
manage that
edges
maneuver,
fuck with early night
get
vision.
the mines.
Because early night vision's super pixelated.
This pyjama camo only
Well,
works
early
if I-
passive night vision. Active it wouldn't really mess with too much.
Oh, I can't find an Amogus in the camo. And that maybe counts as an Amogus. I look to the left. Yeah, that maybe counts as an Amogus with big feet.
Yeah, right, look for that metal ring. It's,
West.
yeah, head,
West from here?
yeah, head southwest until you hit the other road.
Okay, screenshot it.
They wouldn't put mines in the field around the barbed wires, I would though.
The funny part is normally the mines are everywhere except the road.
Nah. Sorry,
In before he got shot by artillery. Good with ArmA.
Well, that's alright. We're on the outside.
We're not in a leopard, we're fine.
I don't see anything. You guys see anything?
That road has barbed wire and mine signs as well.
Okay,
It's
it's
fine. We can drive over.
Yeah.
We just drove next to the barbed wire.
Perhaps we're assuming this is our minefield that we placed last night, so we know where they are.
I'm pretty sure it's just part of the US defenses from when we were there before.
Something
I don't remember.
I've got eyes on enemies.
Yeah, we attacked the rock off.
Oh Jesus, who let the Italian drive?
It'll be right next to the pond.
I think he's got a license, he'll be fine.
Oh, you got a license for that?
Don't worry, Alec. We're broadside to one of our muckers.
Yeah, to the pond.
I eating corn.
There's your house.
Only frogman.
Junction coming up.
That's a nice pond.
Yes, I live here.
Here. You missed it.
From the square.
Yeah, there is.
Wow.
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 Look at the Italian drive.
Wow.
Race today.
That could be worse.
What? What? Contact. 100 meters front.
What?
What the hell?
It's flipping.
Do I want to know what's going on?
There's a paper clip from 100 meters.
Check front.
Oh, Su-25s.
Oh, the frame rate goes. Forward falling. Alright, stop here.
Dismount. Alright, everyone stand next to the paperclip. I command everyone, all infantry, just stand next to the paperclip.
Let's go.
Should I move so you can see the writing?
Hiding.
The writing. Should I move, Hawk?
No, you're good.
I
You're
thought
good.
you guys were hallucinating. What the fuck?
Alright, look at me, everybody. Alright, good.
Say Amogus.
Serious time.
Fair enough.
Amogus.
Oh
Monuments to the drifting souls fallen.
The fallen soldiers in the cliffy walls.
Tell me, Ross, what do your L5s see?
A town.
Yeah.
They have a soccer field.
What is this
Yeah,
soccer?
it just did the same thing to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, football.
Thank you.
My game like froze when I got out of the BTR.
Yeah.
So, I noticed.
Why is 345th stuck in 2020 with the Amogus jokes? It's probably the Bulgarians. They're still catching up.
This point here, enemy gun truck.
I do not know where this point here is.
Why are there monkey noises coming from the paperclip?
I do not see it.
Shit. At approximately this point here. I have not seen.
I really hope he drops an artillery round on that thing.
Fair enough.
Would you like? I think I will ask for smoke shells to be deployed across this field as we can maneuver across it.
They're injuring
I'm going to
themselves.
suggest we step off sooner rather than later. Alex.
They've already managed to armor themselves. Oh.
A-10s. Yeah, spotted. Alright, everybody, mount up.
Mount up. Okay. Let's go, Ross.
Nothing fills me with confidence more than seeing a pair of A-10s whistle directly over our heads and being told to get back on top of the giant conspicuous moving object.
It'll take them at least 3 minutes to come back.
Ah, we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 A-10s just
Why
buzzed
am
us.
I out? Let me get into the fucking.
So which one of you morons managed to armor yourselves on the paperclip?
Me?
Yes.
Ognian.
Of course.
Small paper clip you all the time. Cut yourself slightly.
Fuck me.
Just a small pinch.
Am I hurt?
Who needs spiking?
I'm gonna make you be hurt.
Onion. Onion.
It's a map Easter egg that, of course, we just happened to drive past, and as soon as somebody saw it, that was it. The monkey neuron activated. And they completely forgot we were actually playing a mission.
Get off and get.
I already got
Yeah,
back.
he's back, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Alright, we're all good.
Lassie is all.
Seal's
Is Lassie
getting...
hurting?
I don't know.
Where is Lazzy?
Seal's getting in the vehicle. I don't blame him.
Right.
Inshallah.
Blue, step off and aim for the road.
Can I get the bearing on the paper?
It would be approximately
95.
bearing 100.
Big time.
Been before, been on before. There's no war.
Then I can go and take that if I prepare for the pajamas.
What's that?
I see a gun truck marked on the map. Where is that at?
It's kind of facing the direction we can reach. It's starting going down. Watching over the other road. Get to the tall garage and dismount. Yes,
Dismount.
Ah, fuck. Here we go again.
That's on.
Think close front. to the
Yellow
building.
push north. Yellow push north.
Stoppage.
Come down.
Move to the next fucking thing. If I could have got this shitty wall.
Yeah,
RPK's back in. Crossing. Crossing, crossing.
It's too close. Never mind, apparently I only have flares.
Red, watch east. Yellow.
I'm gonna push up.
Yeah,
Moving.
The guy in the small house.
Go kill him.
There's a guy just through the little gap there, if you can see him.
Fragment. There's something very bright in that room he's in as well. Oh shit. Kill me's down.
Well, yes, it is a mass cast.
We're taking fire from the barn, I think. Normally at this time I'd start playing the appropriate music, but I don't have enough fingers to do that while bandaging myself at the same time.
You wake up, Lazy? Okay.
Yes.
Dun 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 dun.
Dismount correct.
Enemy infantry east. Fuck.
I can't stop his bleeding.
Get him into cover.
Okay, I'm going to...
Get everyone into the fucking building.
The tank is 50 meters away. Entrance to here. We have an entrance here.
Okay, now I see it.
Building is the building cleared?
I need help on Agni and I can't stop his bleeding.
Okay. Can we get into the window or something? Tank is down, okay. That's more light in bad shape.
Really bad shape.
Enemy north as well.
Enemy north.
There is a guy.
Left side. He's down.
I'm working on his torso.
There is no one there. There is a guy shooting from behind.
Can you work on his head?
Do you guys get harmed if the BTR crashes? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Oh, he died.
That's bad.
Oh, excellent. We're still taking fire from the east.
Okay. With that window.
Out here.
Oh. Taking fire from the east, it seems. Yeah.
Grab a casualty and get inside.
Someone get the
I'm okay.
I'm on fire.
Some smokes out. If you guys are ready, toss it. Lazzy, let's go grab a casualty.
Americans advancing on us. West. Close.
Lagging hard.
No casualties.
Things loading.
This way.
Say again, where are they coming
In the
from?
courtyard, directly north of us. North and west.
Smoke grenade. Smoke drifted in not great direction.
Get in the building if you can. Better cover.
We should probably clear that building.
Yeah, but let's wait for the casualty situation
Where
to
is
resolve.
Status?
Let's not add more casualties to it.
Yeah, maybe bleeding.
Kill me. What's your team status?
I don't know, I only just woke up.
I'm gonna get you, but hold
You have 1 KIA at least.
Okay.
RPK's up.
Yes.
Red team, I
Yep.
want a head count. Lazzy, you up?
Yes.
Max, you up?
Yep.
Bengo, you up?
I'm up.
Thank you.
Good.
Where's Dixon?
Okay, Ross, you have the left, I have the right of the building.
Yep.
Then that's good.
Yeah, it is fine.
The door when you can, Alec.
I'll need to pack when everyone else is done.
The door when you can.
Okay.
Sorry, I just.
Dixon, be very careful. We had infantry coming out of that building.
Thank you, God. Hello.
What the hell?
This fire, it seems.
Oh.
I was doing medical and it ran away. I like put my trigger instead.
Crossing.
Okay.
I have returned from the
The
dead.
harm assist.
Can someone put a little bit of saline in me so I'm not screaming in pain?
Okay.
Just a beat.
While I'm CPRing.
Alex,
if you-
Ognian, we're gonna go to the building to the northwest.
never mind.
No, Alex,
if you
Ross,
are up
Ognian, sorry.
and not healing
Okay.
someone,
I'm covering.
get guns up.
I think I'm seeing a guy.
Can you get out of the door, please, Dixon?
Alright.
Guy here beat the
I won't throw a grenade this time.
Blue, what's your status? Closer to our building. Up to the left side of it, please.
Upstairs is clear, kill me.
Toilet's clear.
Not for long.
What, are you gonna take a shit upstairs?
Copy. Move to the left side of the building that we're occupying and get eyes on north.
There you go.
Where was the last place we took contact from?
This building.
Go
Fair
ahead.
enough.
Well, anyone who respond reinforce us.
You got red on you.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very hurt.
Ooh, contact northeast.
BGR, point your gun northeast. We got infantry contact.
They're beyond the trees, I think.
I think I got them all.
Two of us just got nailed. I think two? I saw someone down next to me as well. I almost want to say I got popped in the back of the head. Maybe not. Now I really need a medic.
I got this window. Go find Axel.
Oh man, I gotta stop myself bleeding everywhere first.
Building to the second floor, I got one guy.
I'm helping. Bandaging your chest.
You have casualty here?
Close front east.
Upstairs.
Stone wall.
Yeah, I'm here.
Be careful, the window is
Hi,
taking
Ross.
fire. Hello.
Backing.
I have the big ouch.
Get into cover, get into cover. Alex, you're not
Big
in
ouch
cover.
will be gone in
Cover,
a
guys,
couple
cover.
seconds. So don't
Thank
worry
you.
about
Can't tell me what to do.
it. There we go. Oh,
I
kill
will
me's
keep
down.
you alive.
Fuck off.
Kill me, how did you come to this situation?
Shooting you.
What did you do?
Throw me down. Quickly.
Kill me-
I have to take
kill-
his fucking grenades.
Yeah, kill me's down.
Take Yumi's grenades, please.
Take his
For the
grenades.
good of us.
Wait, what the?
Nah, it's fine.
Where is he?
No heart rate.
Shots
Where's
close
your
outside? Question mark.
Triage card.
I was just
Oh, you had an epi already. Man.
I don't know. He shoot first. That's all I know.
Let's see.
He's not
Grenades.
alive anymore.
You can keep the grenade launcher grenade.
I gotta run down to the vehicle for some ammo.
I don't know. I woke up and
Coming down.
Oh,
Who's the building
Accent,
to our east?
go yellow. Dixon, go red.
Who's the building to our east?
I took his single grenade left. We're safe.
Hello, I am next to you. Please don't run me over.
Nixon, red team.
Good lords, we do not have many RPK mags at all.
Right, squad on me, squad on me.
Where the fuck is that coming from?
Maneuver to that two-story. BTR's
what do you want to say?
Stay where you're at. Cover.
It's coming from the bushes next to that barn, I think.
Understood.
Infantry, let's cross.
I'm hit. Just brass that whole barn up, BTR. Just brass the whole barn with 14.5. Fucking ouch. M113 audio, northeast. M113 audio, northeast.
So I guess we better catch up.
Infantry on me.
Christ. I'm out of bandages in a second. Yeah, I keep getting shot so bad I need, like, all my bandages.
Yeah.
I've lost a lot of blood.
XM. God damn it, I was just here.
There's a 113 coming, by the way. I need touching again, XM.
Like, what do you want?
I need touching.
Why?
Because I got shot.
Oh. Oh, you lost a lot of blood.
Yes.
And you're good to go.
Alright, push to the next wall.
Kilmy, I have acquired some explosives, by the way.
What kind of explosives?
The detonation kind, C4.
Ah, very nice.
The big ones. And launcher.
Very nice. Yep.
We're gonna move up to the end of this little motor pool area and hook left.
Good oak. Looks like this alternative route will end well for us. Yeah, through the building, why not?
Yes, we do. Oh.
Blue, just follow infantry.
User entered your channel.
Alright.
There's an enemy position.
Ross, don't move for 10 seconds. There we go.
Thank you.
Ow. Good, can't open that one. Real Scooby-Doo corner right here, Exon. We're both bringing him round. Crossing. Contact. In this building.
Yeah, in this building. Let's go.
Yeah.
Going left.
Going up.
There.
Bottom clear. Coming up.
Cool.
On you.
Got it.
Opening the next one. If I can figure out where the fucking...
Oh, yeah, actually, like,
Downstairs clear.
stand on top of
Downstairs
that.
clear.
Upstairs... clear?
Yep. Alright, let's get back to it.
Oh, yeah.
Dude has obviously just moved in.
Where is Alex and all?
I do not know. Look left around
That's a
us.
good noise.
I don't hear an engine anymore, so it's not a good noise, is it?
I think I hear our BTR. There's probably a 113 that got fucked. Yeah, 113 got fucked.
Alright, swap this thing. Yep, ammo dump, I guess that's where they are.
Sounds a bit spicy. Oh!
Friendly.
Yep.
Friendly's coming. Friendly's coming. Ammo dump. Explosive time. Demolition plate.
Alec,
maybe?
you here?
Mayhaps.
Yeah, we've got a C4 if you want this place blowing. I don't have a radio.
I'll take the corner.
Yeah, it was like in the
couldn't
ground
start with
for
one.
a minute or so,
Oh,
and then
shit.
it popped back into place.
What? Who has a radio?
What is a radio anyway?
I think it should be the team leads and then the vehicle crew.
Okay, copy.
Looking tactical as hell.
Sorry, kill me. The vehicle crew have handhelds. I thought you had one as well. I'm sorry.
Nope. So good, man.
I've been like telling you to do stuff over the radio. I'm so sorry.
Well, that has not been working. It's
Did someone
fine.
listen to you?
I know I didn't have a radio.
Okay.
I don't.
That would explain why things.
Kill me.
Yep.
That explains a lot.
With Soviet motor rifles,
set up as
our
a-
radio is our vehicle.
Called the tow crew and disabled it.
Alex, she's ready to tap.
Alec, we're gonna give
There we go.
Tony,
Hello.
Yoda's radio.
Hello. Hey, Zappy.
I can.
Hello.
Gifts.
I am your new second medic.
Thank you. I didn't realize I was getting one.
It is yours now. You may talk to.
Blue
Check
wants
for zero.
us.
We're at to the south of the white
you're here.
warehouse
I
you
see.
guys are in. Yeah.
Hey, Alec.
Alright, kill me. What did you say you got charged? Was it the 113s?
No, it's the ammo crate round corner.
Do you want to
Oh wait, no, there we go. Okay.
them
that's the
113s as
radio.
well? I have one extra round.
Sure, why not?
Alright, Blue, pull out onto the road facing south.
Oh yeah.
Where we at?
Wait, can you hear the vehicle radio?
Yeah, clear the vehicle, clear the vehicle.
Okay. good.
Ross, what a stance.
Clear.
Alright, Misha, regroup.
Good news direct.
Babushka, this is Misha. We have engaged the blocking force at Yarlitz and have placed a charge on some of their supplies. We will be moving east momentarily and destroying what's left of the what's left of the enemy cache. All right, Misha, mount up in the Victor. Mount up in the Victor. Mount up. Mount up. Mount up.
Mount up, let's go.
Anyone in attack?
Oh. Facing south.
Alright, restock ammo. Repack your mags. If you need a medic, say something.
Yeah, there's no mags in here for me.
Kill me.
As
Hold
per
the
usual.
fort.
You hear them too much, then you're
Are we
supposed to
on
make them
here?
count.
on the map?
Second?
Are we around here on the map?
Pretty much.
Is there no room on top?
Say your name if you need
I
help.
think we got one spare on top. I think.
More like here's Abby.
Left side.
I'm in the commander slot now.
Yes,
Refill on
we
bandages
should be on-
as well
on
if you
this
have to.
road here.
Wait, I cannot turn out.
Tell me again, Piotr.
We should be on this road here.
Oh,
There
here.
should be
We are in fact exactly
thought
here.
we were here. Okay, but it's
Yeah.
cool.
Go, Mortal.
I suggest leaving.
Really interesting.
Take the next left, next left.
So what's the deal with that? Is it going to be some sort of upgrade to 2020? Is it going to be a paid upgrade to 2020? Is it going to be a whole new game? Like, what's the deal with that? Presumably it's going to use the same services for mapping and scenery and everything, so hopefully that means it should extend the lifespan of existing Misfits. Interesting.
Yeah, keep speed.
This is the max speed.
Ah, we have SVD rounds now. We have some weekly party.
You just found them. They're in a box under someone's seat.
Yeah.
It could also be that, like, see, I don't know, is it going to be an Xbox specific thing or is it Xbox and PC? Because if it's Xbox specific, that kind of makes more sense. Because the Xbox players are a lot more limited in what they can and can't do. Because of the limitations of the platform, they're also more of a captive audience, so they're easy to milk for money.
Okay.
An omnipresent can opening. Strange.
Ooh, I am top fragger.
Oh, Misfits with missions? Okay.
On God.
Interesting.
12.
Weird that they'd make it a whole other thing, like, I would just add missions to Misfits and then make the missions, like, purchasable from the fucking marketplace or something, like, if that makes sense. Have, like, have an update that adds firefighting, for example, or whatever. Weird they make it a whole separate thing.
There's too much cover around the field.
Did anyone
never expect us here.
Did anyone see the video that I posted in Mill Media?
Firefighting, search and rescue, cargo lifting, VIP charter, and heavy cargo. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know. I still don't know why they do it separately. I would have put that in the base game, but
just for fun.
Yeah.
Did the funny ban the Redditor mods from the War Thunder Players Union Discord?
Also,
Based.
kill me regarding that grenade.
That'd make sense. Yeah, you're right. It's probably a Bugman decision. Real.
Thank you for your attention.
For bringing this to us.
Oh, send a message on TeamSpeak.
Sorry guys, I'm rebooting my ArmA as quick as I can.
That was me. If you pay attention to that, 100 points to anyone who does that to Dixon.
Let us observe.
What? Turning someone's sniper scope?
Oh yeah. Bartok нам
How to confuse a sniper?
or something like that.
How to beat sniper?
How to piss off sniper in simple stick.
Biggest dick
In
move
Polish.
I've ever seen.
I mean, if you're a good sniper, you don't need this scope. Only iron sight.
You only need to believe.
Why do I have an earless? Why
That's-
earpiece
that's-
in the 1897?
The great platoon medic Simu Haiha didn't use a scope.
About to say,
Of course I
Exif,
don't
that's
use a
some
scope,
that's
no.
some Sis2 thinking.
I mean, I don't know if I've told you this, but one of my sergeants was Hauha,
Have you tried opening your hatch
grandson
and
of Simo
hitting
Hauha.
control page down to
That is
look
When I was
lower?
in the military.
Wait, is it pronounced Simu Haha?
Hauha, yeah.
Haha?
Hauha.
No, that changes to...
Ah,
Oh,
so
no.
the
I
E is
fucked up the
a bit
radio.
quiet.
Well, my armor's been horrible, guys.
Yeah, Cutter, open
Been
that
spent
hatch
scan.
and then
Baby.
control page down, and you can.
Control page down
It's
changes
called
the radio
Simo
frequency.
Hihi, okay?
You know, it should change your seat position.
It would make the most sense if it was same platform and it was just a paid add-on to it. Because if it's different platform, holy shit, that would be stupid of them. I mean, I'm assuming this is a Bugman decision, and Bugmen are fucking stupid,
your weapon is
but
not on
still.
because that shit's stupid.
I mean, 545 shoots pretty flat anyway, to be honest.
No, 200 all the way.
Bullet hits harder, bro, come on.
Aim for that chest, hit him in the head at close range. Big brain.
Engage them at 200 and keep missing, wonder why.
Just always aim for the belly, then you're good.
Nah.
That's literally why it's like that, yeah.
Don't come
Yeah.
back and I hit them.
Learned that from you.
Radio check.
That's
I
the
hold my
only
gun
reason I know
sideways
it.
so I hit the guy next to him.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I pressed the page down on my numpad instead of the page down on my other thing. And,
Wait, but
it changed the
Face
radio
down on
frequency.
his other thing.
you know, sir, but what are we waiting? I missed
God is having
God.
issues with the simulation.
Yeah, and Babushka.
Man, even God's having
For
issues.
some reason.
2023 is
Someone
fucked.
installed Linux on this world and now he's having issues.
What is 2023 loss?
Wait,
I said even God's having issues. 2023 is fucked.
Do you like my light and day king?
2023 is going actually pretty well.
Very high speed.
I'm
No
a
magazine.
fan.
And Ted Kaczynski died. How is it going well?
Exactly. I mean,
Hold
I
up.
mean,
The most basic
Hold up.
about the fucking Apple's glasses.
so did fucking Pat Robertson, but still.
He's
Who the fuck
based,
is
but
Pat Robinson?
you shouldn't do what
A fuckwit.
Yeah, sure, okay, baby.
Fuck with.
What they can
You mean the example of a stupid man's idea of a smart man? Yeah.
Shut up. You're Dutch, your
So,
language
anyway,
isn't even
we're
real.
talking-
Hey, be
we were
polite.
talking about Jakob, okay?
Oh no.
Oh no.
What's
You
the
see,
story of Jakub?
Eventually, it's
the
gonna
white
turn
people
into
went
the.
exiled to Europe, also called West Asia.
West Asia.
Hey Leslie,
I mean, technically they're not wrong.
I filled back up on RPG rockets. So if you need
I
more,
hope we
Just-
won't need
Counter.
it too much.
Look behind us on
Just
the
start
roof. What
digging
is
in my
what
ass
is
for
the
that.
blue light for?
No, don't look at me with that.
No,
No.
it is sex.
Ah, my head's in that's right.
Remove. This is violation.
The
can
light
hear
is to
God.
signal that we
There
are
was no
ready
consent.
to mingle.
Misha, send your message?
I hear God.
Is everything copacetic? Can we continue with the maneuver?
Yeah, companies.
Wait, what blue light?
You can advance again.
Oh, can't get in, we're leaving.
Maneuver?
All right, guys, score up.
Wait, I
Ready
can
to
hear
move?
God.
Yeah, I can hear God as well.
We good to go?
Am I
Mashallah.
enlightened?
Good to go.
I'm a
Have I been
prophet.
blessed by Yakub?
Really? I found the blue light without.
So I saw a tow team which we
Yeah.
disabled, but I wonder if there is many of them, around the route.
Yeah, we killed it. No.
Yeah, we killed one, but that means that they exist, and maybe there is more than one. Maybe there is like next one waiting us.
Stop it.
Like, I
Stop
don't
it. You're going to will one into existence. Shut up.
It's okay, I can require
Driving in the wrong side of the road.
No, it's okay. See, we believe in material reality. We're materialists.
This is the incorrect side.
About what?
Go to the right side.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Everyone off.
yeah, here in Germany, so right on the right side.
We are in Germany, so here we go.
Roadblock ahead.
Womp womp. Bugman. Holy shit. Absolutely incredible.
Dismount, dismount, dismount.
Oh my goodness.
What the fuck is... Why is everyone standing around the vehicle?
The roadblock? The roadblock, yes. If you got binos, get over here towards the road. It's down there on the road. Alright. All Misha elements on me.
The real bad meme would be if they stopped supporting the existing sim, like scenery and marketplace wise.
Green behind the infantry, 10 meters.
In order to support the new one, I'm like, presumably they'd at least be compatible on that system. They'd both use the same thing, but it'd be fucking, oh boy, if they didn't. Hang on, RPK taking the flank.
Spread out into the tree line, we're clumping up.
Yes, this looks exactly.
There's a road here as well.
We were paintballing today.
Boy, am I glad I'm in the trees.
Roadblock northeast.
Thank goodness the BTRO's in the trees. You got eyes on the roadblock? What bearing?
Yeah, it's just the northeast of that road. Like right next to it.
Screen and push it.
Moving northeast, northeast.
Empty.
Hold, hold.
Oh,
Holding.
Straight east.
Red, let's push up. Don't move red, we'll hold it. This is tree line. Is there... Where?
Yeah, it looks like there's a dip or some shit we can hold at. We'll move to there.
Yeah, I don't... Is the roadblock just this pile of logs?
I think there's more beyond it, but... Just holding the trees for now.
That's something?
it's a down tree. That's what's actually blocking the road.
I'm gonna go on your left.
I'm gonna take yellow's team and start moving across this, Alec. Yellow team moving east, let's go.
Yep, moving east.
Speaking of dumb decisions in game design and bug men, I was looking through some screenshots or something the other day and I came across my screenshots from Severium. I was like, I wonder what happened to that game, because I played it like a couple times with a friend and then just forgot it existed. Because it wasn't really my style of game, to be honest, and also, like, because I played when it was pretty early days, it only had European servers, well, Russian servers, so my ping was like, yes. But I found out that Severium closed down completely and was removed from the Steam store about a year ago. Because the devs decided they weren't going to support it and they didn't want anyone rehosting it on, like, a community-run server, because it was, you know, online. And it was interesting because one of the videos I found, I see a green flare over the tree line ahead of us. Green flare just dropped right there.
Eyes on.
Enemy in the tree line ahead. East. No eyes on him, but I see traces coming from there. Might I suggest we call mortars on that tree line east? Stoppage. RPK back in.
Far tree line, I think. I think it might actually just been muddled up. I think it's just to our north.
You good?
It's right there. And right there. You see where the tanks are hitting?
Yeah, I'm going.
Say again?
Right there. Where the tanks are hitting.
Yeah.
Ow, hit.
No, fuck it.
There's shots coming from the west too, I think.
Yeah, east as well.
Or is that just the east and my fucking audio is fucked?
120, 120.
What are we doing? Are we go?
We're holding for the minute.
This is a bad position considering there are trenches to the entire north of us.
Yep.
You wanna go to that burn over there? Like, pull a little bit back. I think it's higher
Nah,
over
there's
there.
no vision from there.
Smoke out.
So anyway, there was a comment on one of the videos I was watching of it that was saying, like, part of the reason the game was it kind of panned and then flopped is because the original devs, like, for those that don't have the Severium lore, Severium was made by a lot of the original Stalker devs from GSC Game World when it originally folded.
Probably safe to was right.
And they were really keen to make like a spiritual successor to Stalker, because obviously GSC still owned the Stalker IP. They had to make something new, but you know, they took a lot of what they learned on Stalker and a lot of the themes of it and decided they'd make a game riffing off
We're
that.
being engaged from the tree line to east, southeast.
But it was like more of an overgrown nature sort of, like overgrown vegetation nature sort of anomaly thing rather than just weird science like the zone. But it was still post-apocalyptic sort of setting, still Eastern Europe setting, chiefly Russia. Anyway, it looked really cool, it had some pretty cool mechanics, but the Bugmen came in, and the team was super enthusiastic to make this game, but the Bugmen came in and said, nah, you gotta make it a, you gotta make it an extraction shooter. The phrase extraction shooter didn't even exist at the time, right? It basically, because this is before Tarkov, it essentially invented the genre. It was kind of, it wasn't quite a battle royale game, but it also wasn't a full-on extraction shooter yet. It was kind of similar, I guess, to Contract Wars, which was Battle State's game prior to Tarkov, but I think it even predated a lot of that. And I think it had mechanics that, like, I don't think Contract Wars had any looting mechanics, whereas Severium did. Limited, admittedly, but it did. So anyway, the Bugmen came in and said, you have to make it this, and apparently the dev team was so shat off by the Bugmen telling them to make a completely different game from what they wanted that they just progressively left one by one until there were none of the original devs left at the studio. So yeah, that was an interesting story, and yet another example of Bugmen ruining something because they thought they knew how to make money. The game never had a particularly healthy player base, so the Bugmen were wrong all along, which makes it even more depressing. Man down. Bugman's down.
PTO, we need you on the road. We're taking fire from the northeastern side.
Jeep, 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 jeep.
I don't see anything.
Northeast. Tow jeep, tow jeep.
Tow jeep, northeast.
Northeast. There, right there.
I don't see. Oh.
8-0.
Yeah, it's through grass. Fucking hell.
Just focus on the infantry.
Now I see it. Can we just mortar that tree line? Yeah, we haven't used it yet.
Yep.
Tell your guys to be careful because
Toes man.
Stoppage! Incoming! Suppress that bitch. Good shot.
Yellow, move across the gap to the north. Yellow, moving north. Let's go.
Yellow north.
Fuck it. We ball.
Similar to that happened to Arcane and Redfall. Yeah, Redfall's been a complete dumpster fire.
Start pushing east down here.
Absolute dumpster fire.
I'm grabbing a backpack so we have one.
It's Bugman, man. I'm telling you.
Keep pushing. Let's go.
It's got the stink all over it. But of course, our entire economic system is based around the premise that these people who have a bunch of capital actually know what they're doing, which they fucking don't.
They have M60 tripod. Nice.
Looks like there's a fresh.
It absolutely owns how heavily art is constrained. There's infantry advancing on the other section from fucking south. Like south of us, moving left to right.
I can see it right there, southeast.
Yeah, it owns how much art in our society is constrained by the ideas of a bunch of fucking soulless, you know, fucking marketing wonks and investors. It might not be actual censorship, but it may as well be, because the effect is the same.
Magazine.
Tank on the road, tank on the road.
Stoppage.
I don't know, I just heard someone scream tank on the road.
That sounds like a tank gun to me.
Sounds like it's looking off.
Alright, let's keep maneuvering. Keep maneuvering.
I got shots going back to the trench.
Excellent to get that thing.
No. Trust me.
I'm here.
I'll fix you up.
Sorry, it's just a light wound.
Fucking tripod.
Bandage your
Sorry.
now.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Keep maneuvering.
Down to normal AK mags now.
You're the last man out.
Yes. Or, you know, we'd have to reorganize the way our entire society works so that bugmen don't have the final say in everything, but we won't do that because we think that our economic system is the greatest ever, even though it's clearly a broken piece of shit that never worked in the first place.
This is yellow. We've reached the eastern tree line. We're going to proceed to sweep south. We are now at the tow vehicle.
Contact! On the other side of the road! On the other side of the... Right there! Southeast!
Here, eyes on.
He's down.
Someone telex him.
He wants to.
Keep moving.
XIMP, just ditch that thing.
XF, can you pack me please, baby?
He's too busy carrying his fucking machine gun around.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Grab laws if you spawn.
The BB, I see that you are now the medic.
I am the medic, yes.
Exim is carrying his big gun.
Keep going.
Could you please back me?
I could please back you, yes, no problem.
Yes,
Yellow
thank you.
team, we're approaching the main road now.
I just need some.
Just keep moving.
Yeah, hold on. Patching this medic dude. Yeah. I will back you.
They're busy doing medic shit behind us. Kill me.
That was a tank. Yeah, I know. Yellow team on the main road next to the tow Humvee. Or tow whatever the fuck Jeep.
It's a mutt.
That's the one.
Damn, it even has an M60. What the fuck? Oh!
Cheeky sub.
Fucking hell. I'm glad he's a worse shot than me.
Yo, that's Fendi.
Yeah, just take cover. Don't give them the chance to shoot you.
Well, where's the...
It's yellow team. We're on the roadblock now.
Should I pop purple smoke?
Do it. Yeah, dude.
I
Just
got
pop
it.
purple smoke in our position.
You just pack me and I got shot again.
Cool. Let me fix you up. No, don't waste the bandage. I'll fix you up.
You boys nearly finished medding.
Yep, I will. 10 seconds. Is this Jeep still operational? Or has it been shot to shit?
Negative, we didn't come down the road, we came all the way around from the north.
X-Inf, just leave the fucking gun. Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Drop it.
Yes.
No.
I have picked up a medic bag. If you want something, you can take stuff.
Well, how about your own stuff?
I used his medic bag. It is way too fancy for me. I just needed a backpack.
Cool. I will drop these.
Also,
that we don't need, so you have a little bit more weight.
all this talk of bugmen trashing games. So, in case any of you guys were wondering why GHPC didn't take up any of the offers they got from actual like big name publishers, there's your answer.
Can we use this? Or illegal?
I'd say illegal. I mean, unless you want
It's
to be
fucked up
transferred
anyway,
onto
so
CU,
yeah.
No, I do want to drive it out of the way.
Yeah, well, I don't know if will the BTR even fit through that gap?
Yeah.
Probably not. You can always drive around. They were worried about there being mines on the road. But they're walking through anyway.
Yo, I think I see a trench in the next town over.
Yeah, where?
Straight next, between the barn and the little house.
In the middle, yeah.
In the middle,
or
yeah.
it might be a low wall, but it kind of looks like a.
Oh, a fucking
I saw
tank just
tanks
spawned.
upon.
Tank.
Eyes on tank east.
Get that fucking troll.
No, it's dead. Let's hide.
No, there's a real one there, Zabby. We just watched it spawn.
No. I mean the tow.
Wait, the launch is
we
broken?
we can try to use it. No, I can try to use it. Hold on.
Or yeah,
Humvee's dead.
Oh, watch the back.
It's fine.
Watch out
for the Humvee.
Watch out.
I swear I remember there being a game that Devolver was publishing at some point that got fucked over, although I don't remember if it was them that did it or someone else. Like after they... I don't know. I don't trust publishers in general. I certainly don't trust fucking bugmen.
You got line on?
Clear back, clear back, clear back, back clear, back clear.
X-Inf.
Now get the fuck out of here.
X-Inf, can you come heal me?
I heard that Freudian slip, Zabby.
Clear. Just get slowly further away from him.
I also
What did you say?
I only know.
I'll have to watch that later.
Where's Ross? Ross said my name.
Yes. I heard that Freudian slip.
You heard that what?
Freudian slip. Least racist Dutchman.
I don't.
Clear black.
Yeah, that's a hit.
the role play of Russians not really understanding how to use the tow.
It's not cooking off. I think you are too short.
Who's hot micing in TeamSpeak?
Too short.
He can hot mic.
Agnew, you doing okay?
Allahu Akbar.
Maxim, if you've got people behind you.
This is the moment where the Jeep explodes.
Very close at least. No.
Have we seriously not hit it yet?
No panic.
We hit it
Once again,
twice.
Ross, we're Russians trying to use a tow. What are you expecting?
No panic.
Isn't it literally just press the button and go?
Technology, Blair.
Reloading, firing,
This is the moment where we get ganged up on by like an entire Air
Most
Force,
intelligent
like
Motor
an
Strelky
airborne-
squad.
Switch to the Cornet. See if it does damage.
Okay. It has like, dude, it's a super heavy, 20 armor, no pen.
See if it does damage.
It's the mouse.
No, it's the super, it's Warno gameplay. Wargame Red Dragon. Super heavy, nothing pen.
Yeah, we've already heard Polar. There has been discussion about it for the past, like,
Okay, let's
half hour.
Hurry up, hurry up.
What?
Agnew and Alex, get the Cornet out of the BTR and get it up. Come on. Double time.
Then we can miss with that, too.
You want some
No
scout boys to
excuses
move
this
a
time.
little bit closer?
But we hit it right in the
Or
front
something,
armor.
because we're kind of sitting at the...
You know what the problem is? Well, actually, no, because that's Cup as well, isn't it?
Yes.
I was going to say, the problem is Cup tanks and RHS stuff don't play nice together, which we know this, we've established this.
Receive, 4-0.
Yeah, but I saw him hit the chassis of the
My brother in Christ, do you not remember the mission where we had a literal 125mm fucking gun with Sabo rounds and it took like 10 hits to an M60 to kill it? Cup stuff has fucked damage models.
No.
What's the sit down button again?
I just shoot at it and
Forgot
everything.
next enter.
Oh, there we go, found it.
Wait, whoa. Each time he turns, he gets wider.
Yep.
Should we perhaps move and maneuver through the trees upon it?
No, we got the Cornet up online right now.
Oh god.
I tried.
It's aiming at us. It's aiming at us.
Now we're really breaking out the vintage memes.
Just take cover behind these blocks and
It's
I
okay.
prefer to
there's a
say
little brother.
classics, but
It's the two brothers, bro. Look at that. They're even walking in sync. They are white. Look at that.
no.
I would not be. No.
The real meme would be to set it up on top of the blown up tank and probably armor themselves.
Yeah, that's oh
wow.
What? That's
I told you they'd fucking miss.
They shot over. They shot over so hard.
How hard is it? It's fucking semi-automatic command to line of sight. Like,
Get out of the road!
literally just put the thing on the thing.
Front. Hey, there we go. Dismount.
Finally.
Dismount.
Move up to the logs.
How many
please.
rockets did that take?
2.
Four?
We don't count the ones that are narrow.
Yeah, move up to the logs.
How the fuck did you miss?
Don't question it.
Let's mount up.
There are people over there.
They're too far to fucking shoot with small arms. Let the BTR do it.
It's basically an M55.
Like sitting in front of the turret.
Nice, boys.
You'll probably want to engage the dismount tank crew with the Heavy machine gun.
Wait. Is that a 10 flying there?
Thank you for your
It
patience.
was very nice. The first rocket
I
was,
hit him like 10 times.
The first rocket was spicy.
Okay, let's go. I think we're rolling.
Luckily, that was not the smoke.
Open the controls and map the grenades for double.
Yeah, I already have it on double.
Are there no more?
We have a.
No,
We
there's
have a.
there's none.
Full speed, bro. Let's go. But I hate double space. You always have it on the smoke grenade. Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh god.
Second. Elec down. No, X-Fist down. Ross down. We have two unconscious. Ah fuck, taking fire.
Least fucked up mounted assault.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I need a medic on me. I think it's fire damage. I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's a medic. I'm back up.
My guy's up.
Need to bandage myself. Back him further in.
Get the wounded
Fucking draws.
Get the wounded inside.
Get him inside.
Move him in.
Get the wounded inside of the barn.
You'd be surprised how
Fuck, I'm bleeding out.
how well determined enough soldiers can stick to a vehicle they're sitting on top of. That's why it's got handholds all over it.
Bleeding as fuck.
There's another wounded over there. Where's this? This is XN. Looks very dead.
That's bad.
No, he's alive. I'm dragging him.
Copy.
Dixon went far south. Need to check on him after.
Who needs help?
He's alone there.
Exam. Watch
Exam needs help.
southwest.
Watching southwest.
Yes.
Fuck.
Hold on, I'm coming. Exam, my beloved.
Yeah, he's got a headshot.
Blue. Get guns up. Kill me what direction? So it's east.
Why? There's a Huey.
Excellent, there's no problem. Just light bleeding.
I'm backing the Ross.
Oh fuck.
Stoppage.
Where's the RPG?
No, you're back left.
Ross, if you move behind the sandbag, and you can deploy by
Tell me, there were some guys to our south hiding in some bushes.
I think they're all dead by now. I hope they're all fucking. They're not. Oh my god.
At least if you can move.
Keep your head down, Fango. You're right below a lot.
Giving CPR.
Oh,
If
that's
you
bad.
can move, head east to the red brick
No, I'm
building.
fucking mortal.
East to the red brick building.
East to the red brick building.
Tell me when you're done with one CPR pump.
East to the red brick building. It's gonna open for a better time.
Oh shit. Kill me's down, kill me's down. Fuck, people are going down all over. Smoke out, kill me's down, someone else is down behind this fucking position over there. Hey, Alex. Someone went down over there, go fucking sort them out. Or whoever's with me.
I'm up.
Come here, Ogden,
I'll
come
get
here.
kill me.
To me. I will pack you immediately. Yeah, stabilize, kill me, and I will get him. 10
Ross,
seconds,
what
Ogden.
direction did you take contact from?
Fucking the Huey.
Oh, really?
Yeah, somehow there's still dudes there. They're not fucking dead.
That's horseshit.
Just drop fucking mortars on us or something.
Ogden, you're good?
I'm good. Last match,
Blue,
don't.
are there
Alec, watch my
CCTVs
right.
at the
Watch my
Huey?
right. I'm going in. Thank you.
Wrong points.
Y'all took contact from that
Or are you
direction.
also
Keep eyes out.
CPRing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm covering.
Yeah, you can't see him. They're at the edge of the field. Just throw smoke. Like, dead in front of these, like, sandbags.
Engine audio.
No. Throw white smoke. Okay. Can't.
Smoking.
Is that another Huey coming?
Yeah, thank you.
Nah, I rolled right. Better than nothing.
That's fine. Okay.
That is another Huey, I think. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's... Okay, exit is left.
Exit is up.
Another healer.
Wait.
Blue, watch east. Watch the same vector of travel.
Chinook landing east.
Oh, it's a chook.
Me and Leslie? Yeah, we'll fix it later.
Helo east.
Is he stable yet, Ross?
Kind of. He's not bleeding anymore, he's unconscious though.
Thank you. Pulse.
Do you need a medic or whatever?
Okay, he's got a heart rate, he's up.
I'm up.
Welcome back.
Why do I hear a Chinook?
Because there is a Chinook. Next question?
Very good air sight.
Perfect.
It's gonna fly right over us.
Leslie has no heart rate, he has empty, and I will now CPR.
Oh, it's literally going over us.
Leslie remains still. 10 seconds.
Oh. It looked like it was going in the back door for a minute.
Do actually have some RPK mags
I
left.
need a medic.
Will you need back? Alright.
No, not yet.
I will.
Let's fucking do that.
18 seconds, kill me.
Cheers, man.
What is it doing? It's gonna crash.
Fighting support. This is this is
Maybe.
This is no. This is tech support. What's it called? Tech air. Telling everyone on the ground where we are.
Hello.
It looks like me trying to fly a fucking Huey in DCS.
Do we have a medic here?
You know, I want to see you fly that.
We have medics,
from
yes.
DCS.
If they do a non, if they do a non-screen version, I'll fly that. Also, I got the Gazelle. I was flying it yesterday. No, screens are shit. Also, I literally can't read them. Like, I'm not joking. I do not like glass cockpits because I legit can't process the information on the screen.
Okay, well,
Sounds
vaardigheidsverschil.
like a skill issue.
Vaardigheidsverschil. In any case, the Gazelle is good though. It's fun.
Yes,
being,
I know.
pilot, like instructor
That's
pilot
what I
for
was doing last night in the Gazelle.
Alright, let's slowly
I'll be
start
doing it
pushing
after
down
this
road,
as
see if we
well.
can expand our area.
You got it.
You're fine.
Slowly.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's yellow, we're pushing deeper into the town.
Slow turn.
Not sure about that.
Someone keep that covered for me, please.
Yep, I got east.
Orange building to the north of the Town.
Right side of the street looks clear.
Cross him. Cross. What? What is that man made of?
Grenade going in.
Push in and clear.
No.
No.
Copy. Pretend.
Okay, fine. And yeah, we get shot from the left. Why do you not want to throw grenades in rooms?
Alright. Spare bound, I guess.
Hey, kill me, kill me. You ready?
Yeah.
Yo! If you guys turn around, there's rearm with me here. We got
Sure, busy clearing.
It's coming from the other side of the building.
Might be better if you get the BTR to come up to us. Marked with rubbish X on the map. Rearm's gonna come to us, guys. Next room, I think, Ross.
I see mortar. I'm killing it.
Oh, I guess not.
It's coming from the left, north of us.
Rearm at BTR. Rearm at BTR.
Rearming.
BTR.
Does it even have AK mags in it?
Rearm if you need it.
Stop.
Okay, wait, it's still moving.
Hit the brakes.
What the fuck? Oh, there are RPK mags.
rockets replenished.
God.
Well, make sure to go back to crew channel.
No, wait, I do want a purple smoke. Shit.
Get your head down,
That's what I don't want.
Back to 45 rounders, let's go.
Oh, young.
Alright, let's get to this intersection and screen the BTR heading.
Alright. Yellow onto the shitty green hedge. I'm sure it's concealment. But
Yellow moving.
I need to get my FPS up somehow.
Let's head north.
Good noise.
Yeah, we're screening it.
If we are lucky.
Moving north onto the main road.
North onto the main road.
North? Main.
Hoorah, brother. Check left as well. We haven't actually cleared the road yet.
We should stay back, Fango. Not catch anything. We need every medic.
Cross into this
Kill
big
me.
fucking shit. Yep.
You see that orange house over there?
I see many orange houses over everywhere.
Bearing like 350.
Something?
It's got Americans in it.
One east down the end of the road. It looks like it's shooting at us.
Oh god. Fucking
Ow.
Open that up, open that up.
Find shelter.
Hold on. We're taking mortar fire.
Lucky.
Hey, we got a man down in front of us. Looks like no one's helping him. It's Ross.
Womp womp.
We have a fucking Viper.
Simulation, cloud, machine learning. Machine learn. Fucking bugman. Yep.
It's to the west.
If anyone mentions a new game and the words machine learning or cloud or AI, it's bugman. Because they all think this is amazing new technology that's going to change the world, and they have no idea what the fuck they're doing with it.
The helicopter is still.
Also, shout out to the studios who fired all their artists and replaced them with AI, and people immediately fucking noticed, and they got fucking banned for it. There was I saw an article. It's some fucking Korean studio that makes like weed games or something. But they fired their entire art team and then started using fucking Midjourney or something to do all the art for the game, and people immediately noticed and were like, it looks like shit, what the fuck? And they're trying to claim that they didn't fire their art team and they're not using AI. As they put out like job recruitment ads for people who are experienced using AI so they can train it to do their art, and also the former art lead is like, yeah, they fired all of us. Yeah, exactly. It's they think that it'll save them money, which it doesn't, by the way, and make them more money, which it also doesn't, by the way. Like, it's just fucking Bugman, man. Like, look, all I'm saying is if the Bugman class didn't exist, humanity as a whole would be greatly improved. That's all I'm saying. What do they contribute? What do they produce?
Still has nipples. I have no clue how to load people into the BTRs.
Speaking of production, isn't it a pretty good meme how Western countries all convince themselves that producing things is bad and for savages, and actually the best kind of economy to have is a service industry and finance-based economy? Because finance, you know, it's totally a real thing, and it's not just making up numbers and pulling them out of your ass, and the only reason it even works is because, you know, we basically subjugate 80% of the world to do all the production for us and rip them off in the process. Isn't that cool? Like, our entire economy will fucking completely collapse if anything inhibits our ability to import cheap goods from overseas. You know what would inhibit our ability to import cheap goods from overseas? Oh, I don't know. The rest of the world switching away from the US dollar as their trade currency and telling us all to go fuck ourselves. That might do that. You know, that might have that effect. But that'll never happen, right, guys? Heard a very loud boom. Why the screen black? A mortar round or something landed directly in front of me.
I think one, and then we have two people managing him.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Ross.
I saw the damnedest thing. This big, like, dark shape descended from the heavens and fucking obliterated like half the squad.
That's called a shell.
Half of our squad? Who are these guys up front?
I don't know. All I know is I saw it land on top of like 3 people, and then also I, you know, had my head taken off by it.
Oh, what took your head off?
No, the Cobra did a rocket attack.
Down the road.
Excellent. What's your ammo count?
I have ammo.
How much?
Hey, back there, listen up. Enemies down the road. In the building.
Blue. East, straight down the road.
Just drop them on the floor.
Enemies in the windows. Can you engage? Yeah, just scoot up a little bit further.
Oh, it's baby Alex. Rip.
Did I ever mention how much I love the crater mod? Did I ever mention how much I love the crater mod?
I like how the 2 brothers died together. That's very poetic.
Yeah. 2 brothers died in a crater. Yeah. We have a mod that when there's a massive explosion, it deforms the ground and makes a crater.
That's
It's very good.
I thought it was vanilla.
Nope, it's mod.
Vanilla.
I'm gonna pretend I don't hear the bullets to our south and keep pushing east. Because they're obviously not engaging us.
Yes, I did see that. And, wow, imagine my shock. Westoid shit dies just as easily as anything else. Imagine that. Did anyone happen to have the foresight to short KMW stomps before that offensive? Because, boy...
Okay, nice. Fucked.
It's been pretty funny watching the copium over it, though.
Moving down the road.
One of the better ones I saw was, oh, it doesn't count. They weren't destroyed by direct fire by Russian tanks. They were destroyed by Russian artillery while they were behind Ukrainian lines, which is even worse, because what does it say about Ukrainian offensive capabilities if they're getting artilleried while they're still on their side of the lines before an offensive? I mean, again, this is something anyone with a fucking brain could have seen coming, because the Ukrainians don't have air superiority and they don't have enough fucking artillery ammunition, but we don't live in a world where people have brains. We live in a world where it's seen as virtuous to actively, like, vacate your mind of any original thought or any realism whatsoever. So, yeah. Like, people seem to have genuinely been taken off guard by the fact that the Ukrainians rolled a bunch of vehicles into the open and got fucked on. Like, we've been told for how long now that only Russians do shit like that?
It's close. It's friendly. It's Soviet.
And there's all these fucking big brain comments. Oh, you know, well, obviously they didn't pay attention during their NATO training. Why were they bunched up like that? Oh, we didn't train them hard enough, or like they're ignoring what we taught them. No, what the fuck do you think we taught them? Like, do you think NATO just, like, what is these people's idea of a fucking attack? Like, do they think that NATO forces just form into a very dispersed line, like 20 kilometers back from the front? Like, how the fuck do they think people get to combat? It's the absolute brainworms, man. That's another thing too, like the relative lack of mine clearing equipment was surprising to me. They did have some mine clearing equipment, but fuck me, not anywhere near enough.
Ross at the dumpster. Oh shit.
Short.
Is that another M113 over there?
You what?
Go back.
Blue, advance down the road.
Stoppage.
There's an enemy M113 armed just around the right corner.
I don't have a plan. You want to turn during 117?
You see that dumpster? He's just behind it.
Turn during 117. I don't have, I can't see.
Are you talking about the white building? Oh, come through.
Reloading. Yeah, they usually live in woods with a lot of birch.
Trace that's that going friendly. Might have friendly AI operating near us or something.
He's in that top right window. I unironically have more grenades than bullets. Bottom floor, red building, end of the street. Bottom floor, red building.
Xinf, do not move any further right, you'll expose yourself to the 113. Xinf, the window in front of you.
He's too cool.
The window on the bottom right of this red building. Fuck it, I'll do it.
I got him.
Magical M113s.
He's
down
down.
the road. Check the fire.
Oh! Action, watch out! Corner on the bottom of the street! Right there, southeast!
Wait, turning southeast.
Action, corner on the floor!
See anyone?
Right there!
He's still up, he's still up.
This building. Oh. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Yellow, blue is moving up here to the left side of the road.
Copy.
We're in the
Give us
stairs.
medical collection northeast. Crossing.
Stoppage. Back in.
Holy fuck.
Great success.
Holy fuck.
Great success.
Yeah, no, you're clear to just turn right. No, we're right next to
Did you do that with a single grenade?
I did not do anything.
Yeah, let's stop right here. Stop.
Copy.
I'm waiting to see how long it is before everyone with a brain is told it's their fault that shit's going bad because I didn't believe hard enough. Like, this is the thing, I really don't know what people thought they were going to achieve with this offensive. And you know why they're doing the offensive, right? It's because they know that the Americans are going to get bored. Like, the Americans have outright said they're going to get bored if Ukraine doesn't get some big gains this offensive. They're basically throwing away lives to keep the US interested. Because they know that as soon as the US stops being interested, the fucking really occurs.
I need to be able to see 153.
But also, we're at the point where we're not supplying them... Well, we're just giving them sort of the last supplies of actual weaponry, and everything's shifting to production agreements, as if they're going to be able to produce any of the shit we're giving them production agreements for. It's a shit show. It's an absolute fucking shit show. Cut down south and take back Mariupol? Really? With what?
There we go. All down. Clear.
Like, they've been making a big deal out of advances of less than a kilometer for the past how long now, and their first attempt at a big push has been completely rebuffed. Now, granted, we don't have the full picture yet. They could be having successes in other sectors, but I feel that's pretty fucking unlikely. I'm gonna be real with you. And even if they do have some initial successes, that doesn't translate to long-term success, because... Like, look at the numbers. The Russians still have far more equipment than them. The Russians still have far more mobilizable manpower than them. I mean, yeah, it's going to be unpopular if Putin does more mobilization, sure. Is it going to be unpopular enough to topple the Russian government? No. Is it going to be, like, unpopular enough to end the war? No. Like, this is the problem, is the Western world does not fucking think in terms of material reality. They think in terms of fucking vibes, because our whole fucking society is based on liberal thought, and liberal thought is fucking stupid. Like, it's a genuine belief that if you just think happy thoughts, the world will conform to what you want it to be. The whole basis of our fucking school of thought is just insane. That's the problem. And there's been nothing to really substantially wake us the fuck up from that for the past half a century or more. And now it's finally coming, and we can't cope with it. In much the same vein, the way that the rest of the world is starting to wake up to the fact that if the US dollar is no longer the global trade currency, the US no longer controls them. You want to know why the US is pushing for countries in Latin America to adopt the dollar as their own currency? It's because they realize if they don't do that soon, they're going to have no more control, because everyone's going to move away from the dollar for trade. And if you're not using the US dollar to trade, the US can't fucking do shit to you without actually invading. You want to know how the US controls countries without actually fucking putting boots on the ground? They sanction them. Because while the US dollar is the international trade currency and the most common global reserve currency, the US can seize your reserves. The US can seize your trade currency. If the US decides to seize your fucking reserves, you can't trade anymore unless you've got a backup. And the whole concept of rules-based, you know, rules-based international relations, all this other fucking liberal wank, is that you're operating on the assumption the US is rules-based, air quotes, and will not seize your reserves. The US has proved it doesn't give a fuck and it will seize your reserves. The UK has done the same because they seized Russia's. And they're threatening to seize other countries as well. As soon as the US started seizing other countries' reserves, that was it. That was it. Everyone else took up, took notice of it and went, well, what's stopping them do that, from doing that to us? How do we stop them from being able to do that to us? Well, we move away from the fucking dollar. Like, the Americans have made their own fucking bed, and now they're gonna have to lie in it, but they haven't figured out yet just what that entails. And Biden's administration has essentially thrown away what was left of the US's global power just to get control over Europe again for, a relatively short while.
Congratulations, you're no longer bleeding, Zoe.
And part of that, by the way, for those who haven't been following along, part of that is deindustrializing Europe, the same way that China and India deindustrialized the US. Although that's not even fair to say. China and India didn't deindustrialize the US. It's more like the US willingly deindustrialized itself to China and India because, capitalists will chase the dollar. Labor's cheaper in China and India, so that's where all the companies, even the US-based ones, decided to send their labor. It's not even like China or India did anything malicious or conniving, it's US are genuinely that short-sighted. Don't engage, don't engage. They're friendlies.
Yeah, I was about to say. Those guys look
welcome back, Fabi.
Hello. XM.
Yeah, friendly.
XM. Come fix my leg.
15 seconds for myself.
Is your name XM?
Oh, I thought I was Vixen, I'm sorry.
All guys on me, come on.
Can we shoot the man in this building?
Kill me, should I fix it?
You didn't clear the building? What the fuck?
This is 345th, we don't clear buildings here.
I'm sat here fucking dying.
Well, let's go.
10 seconds.
Oh, good meme. Tell me in Superbat. Yeah, I know, they're debt trapping you guys. And then they're going to try and dollarize you.
Alright, we went over to the school northeast. School northeast.
That's exactly what they're doing, but that's what they accuse China of doing, because China's evil. The US would never do that, only China, because China's evil. Wait, what do you mean that's been the US's method of operation for the past fucking half a century? Surely not. Also, how low Russian morale in the front is, I'd wager it's higher than Ukrainian morale. Because you've got to bear in mind that Ukrainian troops are operating with no air support, minimal training, some of them have only had a couple weeks of training. Which is something we used to accuse the Russians of doing, by the way. Well, we've now got video of Ukrainian troops saying we had no support and we had like 8 weeks of training, and they threw us into this. It's a shit show. It's a complete shit show. They might briefly retake some objectives down south, but I don't buy the idea of them holding on to them. I don't buy the idea of them having any useful amount of military force left after doing so, and there's pretty much no hope in hell of them ever getting Crimea back at this point, unless someone does a big stupid and NATO goes in directly. And if NATO goes in directly, which by the way some NATO leadership is trying to push, some leadership in NATO countries is trying to push the idea that we should actually go in there boots on the ground, and that will somehow avoid an escalation. This is the level of fucking brains that we're operating here in NATO, is we actually think that putting NATO troops, as in actual NATO troops, in Ukraine fighting Russians, we think that's somehow going to prevent an escalation. My brother in Christ, that is the biggest escalation you could possibly make. Having NATO troops shooting at Russians directly is as big of an escalation as you can possibly fucking make, short of actually trying to invade Russian territory itself, or just slinging nukes at them. Like, it's insane. It's actually fucking mental. This is the thing. Like, say what you will about the Russians, but What about us? Why is our society a death cult? Why do we allow the Americans, who are just explicitly a fucking death cult, why do we allow them to have any input on what the rest of us do? Just for their benefit, by the way. Just for theirs. Because we don't benefit. Nobody benefits from this except the Americans. Europe loses its industrial base because it's all being fucking fucked off to the US, because it's cheaper in the US. We get used as cannon fodder for their upcoming shit show with China, which they can't shut up about how much they want to do. Ukraine's been completely fucked for generations. By the way, remember how it was a conspiracy theory like a couple months ago to say that that the US had, you know, been kind of, shall we say, parachuting personnel into influential positions to shape this conflict the way they wanted to? Remember how that was a conspiracy theory? And just the other day, Victoria Nuland came out and bragged about how for years now the US has had so many people embedded in the Ukrainian administration at all levels.
Not bad, not bad.
40 kills.
Even down to training police for, like, what was it? 18 cities or something they have now US trained police and US police advisors and shit. Like, fuck me. If you want to train your police from a foreign country, the US is the last fucking country you go to for that shit.
6 riflemen, 1 engineer, 1 machine gunner, ammo bearer, 2 section leaders, 1 medic, 1 lead rifleman, 1 automatic rifleman, and 1 friendly VDV rifleman.
That's a conspiracy theory. That's not real. Even though Victoria Nuland admitted that's what they've done.
Yeah,
it's a conspiracy theory. It's not real.
Because it's like, what do you say? He's the exact color green, because different uniform. and then like just as I fired the last round, I see like the name appear vaguely in my crosshairs, and I fuck. That wasn't friendly.
Lads, feedback please. It's much appreciated.
So, Mohican.
Yes.
The man running for the helicopter had a rifle in his hands and didn't have a red cross on his helmet. He was fair game.
Why so many red cross though?
Because it was the MASH area. It was literally their aid station for the whole area.
Yeah, did you not see the huge casualty collection point?
Yeah.
How was the we caused the huge casualty.
Yeah, so like I don't know if those that were here last time. Remember when that helicopter came in and Dixon waved his off shooting it because it was Red Cross and it flew off again? That's where it came from.
Did anyone get over 20 FPS at literally any point?
I got 60 kind of like constantly, but in a rock it was like 30.
I had it was 20-30ish.
I had normal
like
frames.
At sub 20 literally the entire game.
I had normal frames the entire thing round, but I recently upgraded my PC, so that might be it.
I was chilling at around 26 to 35.
I think I was
something like that as well.
It was lower than normal.
I was having internet issues.
I saw we noticed.
So when the Apache crashed, I was flying the Apache, and then desynced into the ground.
Did you say Apache?
Yeah, there was an Apache flying over you at one point.
There was a
yes, I am Veritek, but I'm probably gonna have something to eat first.
Sorry, the Cobra, the Cobra. Not Apache.
Did I actually hit the Cobra?
So it'll probably be about 10-20 minutes, and we'll do some DCS.
Because I was shooting at it, I saw
canonically
hit
yes.
square in the cockpit, and then it just stayed there. I was like,
pure cannon now, as yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Also, new player Max. How did you like the mission?
Yeah, it was good. The vibe was good. Just the FPS were a bit shit, but I'm at a different PC than usually, so I can.
Also, it's ArmA. Is it? Are you really playing ArmA if the FPS is in shit?
Like, I have a very fast PC.
I'll probably be flying a Gazelle most of the time.
It doesn't really
because I've been enjoying that.
So,
now that it actually has a flight model.
Yeah, Roche was worse, but.
I wanted to point out, I did not know that paperclip was there.
You did not?
Nope, I did not place that. That was on the map.
I was 100% you actually placed it there, but
no, it's part of the map.
Yeah, that was.
He's discovered it, and I went, "Wait, what?" I was like, "Do I just hide it before they start memeing with it?"
Also,
Nah,
what the fuck was that tank made of? I shot him like I shot 3 toes and 2 cornets before it blew up.
Yeah,
Yeah, cup damage models.
I'm going to be honest.
One cornet,
so
like,
your first cornet flew right by it. Didn't hit.
My first cornet fucked up.
Yeah,
My
first
second cornet hit. Like sometimes the ATGMs, you aim at the thing and you shoot and it randomly just moves somewhere at the last moment.
I don't know what mask has you, because you destroyed the tank with that first RPG hit. In the ambush.
Grenade.
Oh.
It might have been a grenade actually, yeah, because like I heard a boom. Was like, what was that? Because
Also,
RPG smacked the tank.
For the tanks, the most likely issue is that it's because the tanks are cup and the weapons are RHS. Cup stuff tanks RHS hits like you would not believe.
The tow jeep and the tank come from the same mod pack.
Yeah, they're both from cup.
Yeah, so I got 2 tolls on it at least.
Well, maybe the damage models are even fucked up between cup things, which would be pretty funny.
Possible.
Can we have a moment to remember the lonely infantryman that tried to sneak up on the BR and then got absolutely fucking wheeled?
So that was because he's digging through your area, and I went, I'm gonna have some fun here and drop smoke all around you.
Oh, so that was an infantryman running behind the BTR. Because I thought it was friendly, I shot him and I was like, that's probably friendly.
And then I ran around the BTR, he tried to run me over.
Yeah, I shot at you.
Was he actually run over in the end?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Absolutely fucking bodied.
Yeah. Has everyone submitted feedback?
I am about to.
User disconnected from your channel.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you. I will see you guys next time.
Do we want to have,
Alright guys, I'm going to take a short break for some food and some tea, and then we'll do some DCS. Also, since we got onto the topic, one of the really fun and cool things with this is if you actually try and point out that maybe our take on the situation is a little bit, you know, slightly fucking delusional, you're a bad guy because obviously you don't support Ukraine enough and you want the Russians to win. Because if you didn't want the Russians to win, why would you say anything bad about the Ukrainian war effort? Because, again, we live in a society that genuinely believes in the power of attraction. Like, the people who run our fucking countries are taught this shit when they go to school. Because, remember, most of them go to special school for special people from powerful families. They genuinely get taught this shit. Fucking bugmen as well. You go to get a fucking MBA, you get told to read shit about the power of attraction. Like, our society genuinely believes that if you just think something hard enough, that thing will occur. So having any negative thoughts at all, regardless of whether they're realistic or not, is seen as, like, aiding and abetting the enemy. And so you're not allowed to even have those thoughts, let alone express them. Like, if you want to see this in action, go look on Twitter. Now, Twitter's crap as a source, obviously. But if you want to get kind of a finger... And obviously there's a lot of shit going on because the algorithm will show you what it thinks will engage you and so on. But you do get to see a lot of unfiltered opinions from people that think they know what they're talking about. And you will genuinely see this. You'll see people getting dogpiled because they said something negative about the war effort. Even if they support the Ukrainians and want them to win, they'll get dogpiled because clearly they're a Russian bot and they're an agent of the enemy. Like, this is how brain broken our countries are. That we genuinely believe if you don't think sufficient happy thoughts, you're supporting the enemy. It's just delusional. Absolutely fucking delusional. And all the, you know, the flags in profile pictures and all that shit from people that couldn't have even found Ukraine or Russia on a map before all this happened. Like, fuck off with the virtue signaling, man. Wasn't it the same with previous wars? Say something against World War II effort and you're against us? Yeah, it was, although I think the degree it's shifted to these days is turbocharged even more. Because remember, we're not directly fighting this war. Now, it is a proxy war. We finally got to the point where we can admit that it's a proxy war. Saying that 6 months ago would have had you labeled a Russian bot, by the way. But we're not directly fighting in it. Like, this isn't a fight for our survival like World War II was seen as being. The Russians do see this as a fight for their survival, by the way. I'm sure some Westerners do, too. The Ukrainians obviously fucking do, and they probably should. But, like, people in Western Europe think this is a fucking... like... I suppose in a sense it is, but not physically. Economically and politically, this is a fight for the survival of the West in its current form, but that's because we're all stupid enough to throw in with the Americans, and the Americans are a death cult, so there you go. Maybe if we picked our horse better, we wouldn't have this problem. And maybe if the Americans hadn't been fucking stupid enough to support the Chinese in an attempt to undermine the Soviets back in the 70s, maybe things would be a little different as well. You know, just throwing that one out there. Because just remember, whose fault it is that China is now outstripping pretty much everyone except the US, economically and industrially, and even the US realizes that China's going to catch them sooner rather than later. Just think about whose fault that is. And just think about how aggressively expansionist China is, and, you know, how aggressively expansionist Russia is thought to be at this moment, compared to how the Soviet Union was back in the 70s, when they created their little buffer zone of Warsaw Pact states, and they were quite happy sitting on it. Pretty cool, huh? It's also really fun and cool how our guys are such a beacon of freedom and democracy that if you happen to talk too loudly about, you know, not supporting them, and I'm not saying that I don't support them, I think genuinely they should get their proper borders back and Russia should fuck off and stop bombing them, as I've said from the start. However, and it's like, it's really not Ukraine's fault that they're in this situation in the first place. They got taken for a fucking ride. So did the Russians, and I generally, like, the reason I didn't think the Russians would attack until they did is because I didn't think they were stupid enough to fall for the bait. But it's a real promising sign when the guys on your side openly brag about having a hit list of foreign nationals in foreign countries that they target for assassination. That's pretty cool, huh? That really signals to me that, you know, we're supporting the right political factions in the country that we've basically thrown under the bus That's really heartening to think about. It depends. Like, there's a lot of rhetoric against Poland and the Baltics from Russia. Having said that, there's no shortage of rhetoric the other way from those countries towards Russia, and there hasn't been any shortage of it. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'd willing to stick my neck out and say that Russia won't make a play on them anytime soon, although a lot of people who are smarter than me and closer to the people that, you know, make the decisions on this shit have said that Russia's probably not going to do that. So I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to open myself up for another big L by saying, oh no, they're definitely not going to attack, but I would say I consider it unlikely at this point. And it doesn't make sense really from their perspective, at least not yet. Because that will trigger an Article 5. That will be a serious escalation. If I were them, I would either wait for NATO to cause an escalation, at which point I could then easily justify doing that, or I would just chill out and wait for the US to lose even more grip on the world as more and more countries move away from the dollar, and then I'd start looking for ways to fuck with people. I don't see any rational reason the Russians would go after the Baltics or Poland at the moment, even if we assume that they, you know, find a situation in Ukraine they're happy with to call it done and dusted. I just don't see it. It's not to say it couldn't happen, but I don't see it, and I don't think Putin's as irrational as he's made out to be in the West. I think that's largely Western propaganda just to make our enemies look bad and unpredictable and evil, like we always do. I don't think he's entirely rational either, obviously, because, you know, he actually fell for the bait and is doing the thing he is doing. But I think it's a fucking stretch to assume he's insane enough to do that. Likewise, I think the Western claims that he's threatening us with nukes are very distorted, because if you look at what he's actually said in the speeches where he's allegedly threatened us with nukes, the context says something quite different. Like, if you try to invade into Russia while we're busy doing this, maybe then there will be big consequences, but not like, oh yes, I'm going to nuke Ukraine. Haha. Look at me, I'm scary, I have nukes, like people are making out. I think that's a big fucking stretch. And as it stands, only one country on Earth has ever used nuclear weapons in anger. Only one country on Earth has repeatedly attempted to, either from the military or political side, depending on which war we're talking about, attempted to convince its leadership to use nuclear weapons against other countries, in several cases against countries that were literally, like, third world, you know, not even powers. And in one case, neutral. So that's pretty cool. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like they're the country that shouldn't be trusted with nuclear weapons at the moment. But obviously I'm just a pro-Russian propagandist, because there's no other reason anyone would say that, right? I should be happy to have the opportunity to get conscripted and sent to die over who owns TSMC in 5 years. It's a privilege to die for the economic dominance of the United States. And see, that's the other cool thing. While Poles and Lithuanians and Latvians and Estonians may, you know, understandably see the potential of a Russian attack on them being an existential threat, you know what the existential threat is for me? It's the Americans starting a fucking war with China. That's the existential threat for me. So forgive me if I'm a little bit, you know, not overly enthusiastic with this state of affairs. You know what? While I'm eating, why don't we take this to the next level? So it's Pride Month now, I think. June is Pride Month. Here's a cool and fun thing. So every successive US administration since basically donkey's fucking years has been investing more and more power in the executive branch. This is a pretty well-known and well-documented thing, right? Like every admin, the executive gets stronger, and Congress has less ability to fuck with whatever the president wants to do. Like we all have seen this happening, right? We all know this is a thing, the centralization of power in the presidency. Okay, well here's a really cool thing. What just happened recently? Well, Roe vs. Wade got overturned. Whole groups of US states are passing overtly fascist laws aimed squarely at people of a non-cis, straight, white Christian background. And all of this is happening at a time when the US presidency has so much power vested in it, it's not even funny. But the Dems just sit there and throw up their hands and say, well, guess we can't do anything. You'll just have to vote blue in 2024 and hope that we can undo it. They could have blocked this. They could have done any number of things to stop this, but they didn't, because they don't care, and they never have. It's all just a sideshow. It doesn't actually matter whether the Dems or the Republicans are in power, because ultimately both of them are aiming for the same thing, which is the transfer of wealth out of your bank account and into the bank accounts of their political donors. By presenting the illusion of a two-party state, they guarantee that the actual one-party state will never lose power, because you'll vote for whichever fucking colour you think is better, and if they win you'll be happy and you'll think that you've triumphed and everything's going to suddenly get better overnight, and if you lose then you've got something to scream and cry and complain about for the next 4 years. Like, it's incredible how well this grift works, frankly. But you know what? So, Biden wouldn't invoke executive power to block any of this shit that any of the states in the US have pushed, or any of the bullshit the Supreme Court's done. He wouldn't invoke executive power for any of that. You know what the US's executive power gets invoked for all the time? In fact, it's really the only thing that they use that executive power for, is to declare a war. Or, I'm sorry, no, half of them aren't even declared. It's to start a war somewhere. Whether it's declared as one, or whether it's the American version of a special military operation. Which Vietnam was. Remember, Vietnam was never declared a war by the United States. It was a special military operation. I don't remember. Was Iraq a declared war, or was that an SMO as well? It's quite funny. As much as America and Russia bitch about each other, they truly fucking deserve each other. Iraq wasn't declared. No, I didn't think so. I doubt Afghanistan was either.
Transfer this wealth out of my bank account, godless pinko comment.
Of course I don't remember if it was, because it's all been memory hold, because it would be very inconvenient if anyone actually remembered that. Thank you, Gurn. Appreciate it, dude. World War II was the last declaration of war, for fuck's sake. It truly is beyond fucking parody, isn't it? Also, time for you to pack up, get your guns, vanish into the bush, and become some sort of hermit. Pour one out for a fallen brother. Pat Robertson can get fucked. I'm glad he's dead, but my man Ted has departed this earth. In 2022, Michigan Dems took a majority in both houses of the legislature because of Dobbs and repealed right to work and passed progressive LGBT laws. Yeah, it's just a sham. It's all a sham. That's why each party has its own pet issue that they stick to. Like, the Republicans are terrified of gays, and the Dems are terrified of guns. So if you don't like gays, you vote for the Republicans. If you don't like guns, you vote for the Dems. Either way, the same people end up pulling the strings in the halls of power. Doesn't matter who you vote for. Doesn't matter who gets into power, because they all answer to the same people. And you get to think that you've had your say and that you live in a functioning democracy. Hey Grenad, good to see you. I'm just having some breakfast and ranting, and then we're going to do some Gazelle stuff in DCS. Right to work? Yeah, that's the fucked up industrial relations thing, right? The very ironically named one, where workers have no rights at all. Like, I'm not saying they will never do actually good progressive things. They'll do it when it's tactically useful. In some states, it's tactically useful for them to do that, because the Republicans have pushed too hard the other way and it's pissed people off. In other states, they'll make no effort. In some states, they'll actually support the Republicans in doing unhealthy shit. Meanwhile, the Labour Party here, which is ostensibly a left-wing party, by the way, hence the name, the Labour Party here is continuing a prosecution of a whistleblower who is the reason we know of the extent of the Australian Army's war crimes in Afghanistan. That prosecution is almost certainly being forced through by the United States, because even the Labour Party, like members of the Labour Party and the Attorney General have said that they think it's a bullshit prosecution and is basically illegal. Hasn't stopped them pushing it, because probably the Americans have told them to do it, and they won't dare stand up to the Americans, because the last time the Labour leader stood up to the Americans, he mysteriously lost his job. How strange. But also they've been outright sneering at any attempt to push for affordable housing. Like, I'm not joking. They were heckling one of the Green senators who was actually standing up for this shit. They were heckling him as much as the fucking Liberals were, just the other day. And also they've signed away our entire GDP worth of money into buying submarines off the Americans that we can't guarantee we'll actually get anytime soon, because the US Navy's orders are backlogged, let alone anyone else's. And also, even if we do get them, they're going to come with all sorts of strings attached. The, most odious of those strings probably being, hey, we need you to use these when we war China. US system wasn't built to deal with any of this. My guy, the US system was built as a fucking tax dodge. That's the thing that so many people miss. The United States is an independent nation because of a tax dodge. Like, all this bullshit about freedom and democracy and liberty and no taxation without representation. Like, fuck off. The entire country exists because a couple of rich landholders, who, by the way, are landholders because they figured out a loophole in the British land grant system and exploited it. The whole country exists because they didn't want to pay tax to the king. They wanted everyone else in the US to pay tax to them. That's why the United States exists. It was grift from day zero. And as far as constant updating goes, my favorite thing about that is that, particularly with Republicans, although I'm sure the Dems have their own version of this, people will have a specific year where they think the Constitution should have stopped being changed. Like, they'll think the Constitution after, say, 1826 should never have been amended. Everyone has this idea of a pure, correct version of the Constitution, and it's always arbitrarily the one before somebody changed something that they don't think should have been changed. It's just incredible. It's a fucking circus. Also, if you look historically at things like, say, the New Deal, everyone thinks the New Deal was this great, progressive, amazing thing that's, you know, it was long overdue, and it shows just how great America could be if only it cared about its own people. You know why the New Deal existed? It's because America had been under kind of a mid-level threat of some kind of communist insurrection for, at that point, decades. It was at its height at that point because of the Great Depression, but the US had had constant labor problems, as in, like, problems with the either, you know, large companies or the states themselves putting down strikes, you know, legitimate strikes that happen for legitimate reasons. It was getting to the point where it was untenable, and so the New Deal was brought in as a kind of panacea to cure the desire for some sort of systemic change. That's why the New Deal happened. The New Deal didn't happen because FDR gave a shit about the plight of the working class. The New Deal happened because FDR didn't want to be fucking overthrown and replaced by somebody who was a bit pinko. The only time any social progress happens in the United States is when they're worried that, oh shit, we pushed a little too far, the commies are going to take over. It's not exclusive to the US, obviously, but the US being in the position it is, as kind of the global hegemon, as well as the thought leader, if we want to call it that, of the Western countries, it makes it a little... Like, this is the thing, right? Americans don't have to give a shit about other countries' politics because they're Americans. They don't have to care. Like, they get to dictate other countries' politics to them. Everyone else has to care about American politics because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where on the planet you live, American politics affect you, sometimes more directly than others. Also, hey, good to see you, Kang. You've caught me mid-rant. What a surprise. So one of the cool things that people don't know about Roosevelt, by the way, is he hated the British Empire. Of course, when he spoke about it was because it was unjust and evil and suppressed liberty and all this bullshit, you know, all the usual American buzzwords. He hated the British Empire so much that he sold one of his, not just the, you know, the leader of his biggest ally, but a close personal friend of his, sold him down the river, and don't start me on Churchill, he was a piece of shit. But, so he basically knifed an ally and a friend in the back, and then set about building the same thing, but American. He hated the British Empire so much because it was so evil and so wrong, so he set about building the same thing, but under the control of his country. Yep, exactly. And funny you bring him up. Isn't it weird how he's no longer the West darling, since it's come out that he has some opinions about the situation in Ukraine, which I could have told you long ago. Navalny, before he became the great anti-corruption crusader, Navalny was part of the Russian far right. You know who else had some pretty spicy opinions? Obviously, not up to date because he's fucking dead, but for the time, Solzhenitsyn. Isn't it weird how all the West's darlings of Russian extraction turn out to be giant pieces of shit with opinions that are actually at odds with what the West claims to be in support of? Because maybe what we claim to support and what we actually support are two very different things. Incidentally, you know who else was a great big anti-corruption crusader? Leonid Brezhnev. You know who was the most corrupt Soviet leader? Leonid Brezhnev. You know who else was big into anti-corruption? Mr. Xi. You know who else is enormously fucking corrupt? Mr. Xi. Are we noticing a pattern here, chat? Have we picked up on the pattern that might be happening here? Enemy of my enemy might be true for the higher echelons of power, but you've got to look at it from the perspective of what the Western public understand, and the Western public only understand what they're taught, and what they're taught is that Navalny is a good guy. You don't hear about any of his misdeeds at the lower level, because they're not for public consumption. It's like how it wasn't for public consumption that Mr. Arestovich used to be a close friend of Dugin's, and they came up from the same sort of ideological movements. I didn't even know that until Yuki told me. I had to be told by a Ukrainian. Because in the West, that's just not something that's ever spoken about. Because if it was, people might start asking inconvenient questions. What are we doing post-rant? We'll find a Gazelle, since it has a flight model now. I don't think it's going to happen soon, and I don't think it's going to happen on the scale that the West thinks it is. I think that the idea that Russia's 2 weeks away from an internal collapse is very... First of all, it's very reminiscent of somebody else's idea of what would happen if there was a war with Russia, or specifically the Soviet Union. What was it? All you have to do is kick in the door and the whole rotten edifice will collapse? Yeah. Tell me how it went for the guy that said that quote. But it smells very much of, again, the whole liberal brainworm of trying to project the reality you want instead of dealing with the reality you have. I'm sure there'll be internal maneuvering, you know, in the upper echelons, but I don't think it's going to cause any collapse in Russia. I don't think it's going to cause a collapse of the Russian military. I don't think it's going to magic them out of Ukraine. My prediction on the whole Ukraine situation is the Ukrainian offensive is either going to fail outright or it's going to make some gains but be unable to hold on to them because, again, like, it doesn't matter whether you want them to or not. The reality is that they just don't really have the force to back it up. Like, this is the thing. This is real life, not the fucking Avengers or some other fucking Marvel cape shit. The good guy just doesn't win by default. I'm sorry. And that's, like, even if you assume that, you know, who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. The good guy doesn't win by default in real life. It is what it is. I mean, if the good guy, you know, won by default, then perhaps the US would be a very different country. Perhaps the post-World War II world order would not have immediately seen the West take on the people they just defeated to then write the history of what had just happened. So yeah, my prediction is it's going to turn into a frozen conflict. It more or less already has in a lot of ways. Russia's not going to collapse. Russia's probably not going to lash out at Poland or the Baltics. It'd be exceedingly stupid of them if they did, at least anytime soon. More and more countries are going to start abandoning the US dollar until eventually the US is going to have to do something, because a lot of them are starting to, like, you know, they're not stupid. They realize that they've kind of fucked themselves here. It's just a question of what they're going to do about it. And I reckon probably within 5-10 years, probably 5, the US is going to start a war with China. Now, when I say they're going to start a war with China, I don't necessarily know who's going to fire the first shot. But I can absolutely tell you they're maneuvering to cause a war. And ultimately, it doesn't matter who fired the first actual shot in anger, because we know who fired the first shot economically. And sanctions are just war by other means. Also, it's very funny watching the US get sanctioned itself and freaking the fuck out about it. It's so fucking funny. They can dish it out, but they can't take it. I think a lot of the issue the Russians had was Sergikov-era hangover, where they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted to have an all-volunteer, westernized military based on battalion tactical group type shit. And then they realized that they couldn't support it. But at the same time, they still couldn't support a mass mobilization army like the Soviets used to have, because a lot of that infrastructure is now overseas to them. Well, not overseas, but like international to them. It's in other countries. And B, what they did still have domestically of it was left to rot or sold off. Like, this is the thing. They basically screwed themselves out of having an effective military for a long time. Having said that, initially, this could be wrong, but it looks like initially some of the reason they're starting to fare better now is that they've decided, fuck it, we're going back to divisions. And that was facilitated by the mobilization. So it's pretty ironic that the Russians seem to be faring better now than they were initially, because they've gone back to a more Soviet way of doing things. Not the Soviet way, but a more Soviet way of doing things. While the supposedly westernized, professionalized Ukrainian military is really having trouble making headway. Not just because of, you know, the material realities of them not having enough men or equipment, but also because perhaps the big brain fucking Westoid way of waging war doesn't actually work out in a practical sense when you're not beating up on third world countries. It's fucking depressing watching the Ukrainians trying to conduct an attack with like a tank and a, you know, half dozen or a dozen Max Pros. Max Pros are designed for fucking counterinsurgency. They're designed for not getting blown up by IEDs. Against actual proper anti-tank mines and artillery, a Max Pro is a fucking death trap. Why are we giving them our fucking hand-me-downs from our counterinsurgency adventurism instead of giving them proper fucking weapons for a proper fucking war? Is it maybe that we're just using it as a dumping ground to get rid of all our old shit and get the Europeans to disarm themselves by giving Ukraine all their shit, so then they can buy more stuff off the US, assuming the US can actually produce it, which is another matter entirely. Is that maybe what's going on here, do we reckon? Nah, surely that's just Russian propaganda. It's quite funny the other day seeing a YouTuber with an interesting history, shall we say, putting out a takedown against realism, and John Mearsheimer specifically. Liberals fucking hate John Mearsheimer. They hate him so much because he's not anti-American. John Mearsheimer thinks that the US should be the dominant world power. John Mearsheimer is absolutely in favor of the US being king shit, but he's also a realist. So that means he contradicts all the shit the libs say, but also he can't be easily dismissed as a Russian agent or anti-American, because he's not. You know, that shit works on Michael Parenti real well, because Michael Parenti's a fucking communist. But it doesn't work so well on John Mearsheimer, does it? ZSU's problems of replacing losses? Yeah, and unfortunately it's only getting harder as more and more people flee the country. It's only getting harder as less and less actual relevant equipment is coming in. It's only getting harder as more and more actually trained troops are getting killed. Like, this is the thing. Going all in on short-term success, first of all, you have to assume you're going to get the success, which is already up in the air. Second of all, cool, you just spent your entire military to get some short-term gains. Now what? The other guy's still got some force left in him. Now what? It's just... There's no long-term plan to it. There's no actual fucking thought behind it. And this idea that somehow the entire Russian military is being ground down by Ukraine. The Russians have deployed a pretty substantial amount of men and equipment, but they haven't deployed their whole army. And they certainly haven't deployed, you know, the full extent of what they can mobilize. So it's another case of letting ourselves, you know, good vibes, liberal thought our way into thinking that we've successfully, you know, got the Russian bear into a trap he can't get out of. Like, it's just senseless. Absolutely senseless. Meanwhile, China's, you know, running fucking economic rings around us even before there's a war with the US. Here's a question, chat. What do we reckon's going to happen when the US starts losing carriers in the South China Sea? Because they are going to lose carriers. Like, I guarantee you the Chinese will sink at least 1 or 2 carriers if that kicks off. They've been fucking practicing doing it. They're salivating for the chance. So what do we think's going to happen when the US starts losing carriers? Several thousand lives on a single boat. Like, those are losses the US hasn't seen since the Second World War. The US couldn't handle 5,000 odd personnel in Iraq over the course of 20 years? Fucking 20 years, Jesus fucking Christ. So what do they think's going to happen when, say, 2 carriers get shit on? And you lose about 4,000, 6,000 people? It's 2,000 or 3,000 per carrier, something like that? Like, what the fuck do people think is going to happen? Not convinced the Chinese military doesn't have the same problem. Every military does. I can tell you that right now, Mole. Every military does. Western, Eastern, doesn't matter. Like, all of the gleeful reports of Russian fucking Smekalka where they weren't servicing their equipment and they were just leaving it to rot, or where they had bigger numbers on paper than they had in reality, I can tell you Western militaries are exactly like that too. Maybe to a slightly lesser extent, but I can tell you I've personally come into contact with that. Everyone does it. And yes, Labba, but the thing is, China's not relying on carriers as its main striking force. Maybe if they want to project force overseas, they would. But in their own waters, China doesn't need carriers to kill carriers. They have missile boats, they have submarines. It's like the Soviet Navy. The Soviet Navy didn't really go all in on carriers because they didn't want to project that much force overseas. And that's the main thing carriers are useful for. Carriers are generally an imperialist tool, right? Why do you need carriers if not to project force overseas and strike land overseas on the other side of the world? If you want to defend your territorial waters from carriers, you need a lot of subs and you need a lot of small missile boats. And a lot of bombers. Lack of training had absolutely been an issue. I don't know what China's training's like, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't really know that much about their land forces. But having said that, you've also got to remember, the US is in a better position with this than most Western countries, by the way, because the US military is so large. And they also have such deep infiltration into like the schooling system and so on with JROTC. They can easily bring more people up to readiness. But you want to avoid a World War I situation, like what happened to the Brits, where you have this small highly professional army, and they just get wiped inside a couple of weeks. Which is, I think, largely what has happened in Ukraine. Because, like, you read a lot of accounts from particularly guys that were up around Bakhmut, and a lot of them did not have really any substantial training. They're just being thrown into the meat grinder, because the professional troops were either being held back in reserve, or they were elsewhere, or it was someone like Azov who says, no, we're not going to go commit suicide. And then somebody says, no, you're going to, and then that someone mysteriously dies in a helicopter crash, like a week later. That's the funny thing. Remember all that scandal recently about US pilots going to train the Chinese Air Force? I remember. Good way to make a quick buck, right? I guarantee you China can make artillery shells faster than NATO. I fucking guarantee it. Alright, I'm just gonna boot DCS up. Nearly ready, guys. Also, I just realized, once again, I'm a pro streamer and I forgot to start the next bunch of fucking BRB slides. Anyway, I guess my point in all of this is that perhaps some of us aren't happy watching ourselves sleepwalking into oblivion, and perhaps, you know, criticizing the way things are handled and criticizing the way our system works is not done because we think that the other guy is better or the other guy is even good, but perhaps it's because we think that maybe we should just, like, not be bad if we can avoid it. You know, that might be a thing. Because that's the thing, like, I've already had people accuse me of being a Russian bot or thinking that Ukraine should lose. Like, no, I've said how many fucking times I genuinely wish this war wasn't happening. Like, the two countries on Earth that I really did not want to see end up in a war, let alone with each other, because they were the two countries on Earth I most wanted to visit, and, like, whose history and culture interests me the most, right? And this is what happens. But like I said, we live in a world where we think that the power of attraction is a real thing, and if you think negative thoughts, it's because you want them to lose. It's absolutely fucking insane. China striking Russia? Why would China need to strike Russia? China owns Russia. Like, they don't need to at this point. Russia is going to be fully dependent on China for a lot of things now. China is to Russia as the US is to most countries at this point. Like, because Russia can't really, at least not without a lot of middlemen and fuckery, Russia can't really engage in, you know, the air quotes global economic system. So they have to go through China. China controls the purse strings in effect, right? They don't need to strike Russia. Like, there's no point. They just need to tell Russia what they want, and it will happen. Which move would establish Zimbabwe as a new world power? You know what? Fuck, they can't possibly be much worse at it than the current world powers are. Hello, everybody. We're about to do some DCS. Don't become a world power because it's your turn. No, that's why you become president. Or at least that's what, you know, we were supposed to believe until it didn't pan out. Maybe this time, maybe this will be her turn for real. Incidentally, isn't it weird that another person who was involved in the whole Epstein thing and also a close associate of the Clintons, isn't it weird that this other guy who I'd never even heard of until recently was found tied to a tree with, what was it, an extension lead, like an electrical extension lead around his neck, shot in the chest, no gun anywhere nearby, and it was a suicide. Weird. In Russia, people fall out of windows. In the United States, they suicide themselves by just manifesting bullets in their chest. Like I said, they fucking deserve each other. It is a pretty good one, hey? Is Ligma's up? Oh yeah, it's up. Oh, it just restarted actually. Sick. Oh my god, red is so outnumbered. Oh, I don't want to contribute to a blue stack. Look at all the A10s, holy fuck. I don't want to contribute to a blue stack, but I do want to fly the Gazelle, so I guess we're gonna contribute to a blue stack for once. Asked about mixing hots and cannons, rockets. No, you wouldn't want to anyway. Red Gaz when? Probably when the Kiowa comes out. I reckon we might see the Gaz move to red. Maybe. Yeah, the Gazelle fix has been out for a few days now. Why do you think I now own the Gazelle? I'm a man of my word. I said if they fix the Gazelle, I would buy it immediately. They fixed the Gazelle. There's still a few things that probably need tweaking, but it flies like a helicopter. It seems to fly broadly like a Gazelle's supposed to. I haven't checked the details yet against all the documentation, but it's what I wanted them to do. And they did the extra base thing of adding an actual old school periscope and a ton of other options to it. I'm really happy with this. I'm really glad to see Polyshop turn themselves around. Like I said for a long time, I don't want devs to fail. I don't sit here and talk shit because I want to see them go under. I talk shit because I know they can do better and I want to see them do better. Because when they do, this is the result. Just this absolutely massive turnaround. 26 with rocket pods. Yeah, car 26 would be very funny. Dust the capitalists and then go home to dust your crops. Alright. We're gonna ditch the doors. Oh, that's not the button to ditch the doors, that's the button to put the doors back on. What is with these load times, man? DCS never used to take this long to load in terrain chunks or textures. I don't know. Like, this is like how slow it was back when I was running DCS off a hard drive. And it's on a fucking NVMe. Why is it this slow? It's even like this on Caucasus. Like, on Syria, sure, but on Caucasus? Really? Frames are in the fucking tank as well. Hopefully it clears up. Come on, man. My game's totally locked up. Is the server restarting again? Like, what's going on here? Now, I have been having the occasional crash to desktop while flying the Gazelle on here. I think there may be an issue that kind of slipped by and I'm not sure what's causing it, but I don't think this is that. I think this is just DCS being a shit. Come on, man. Fuck's sake. I was playing literally last night, and it was fine. Is it doing the thing where it doesn't use any resources for some reason when it launches? We will find out if I can even open up Task Manager. What the fuck is going on? No, it is using resources, it's just being fucked. There we go. It seems to have loaded in now. So we're north of Basel al-Assad. Don't expect pro-level gameplay, by the way. I'm still very new to this thing. Oh, now it's fucking stuttering again, bro. How's the stream? Is it, like, stuttery? Well, obviously the game's stuttery, but, like, is it smooth now? Because I wonder if OBS is fighting the game again. Recovered now? Okay, yeah, I don't know then. I don't know. Let me just recenter my tracker as well.
Refueling complete.
Interesting, it moves my head position every time I play the Gazelle. Like, I try and set a default like I do in everything else, but every time I play the Gazelle it moves it again. I'm not sure why, and I kind of wish it would stop doing that. Oh, that's probably why. I pressed the wrong button.
Rearming Arming complete.
I haven't figured out how to set up the nav system yet, so we're just gonna pretend it doesn't exist for the time being. Oh, should probably start SRS, huh? Do it in a sec. That's all set up, that's set. Get the gyros uncaged. I usually wait tune the other radio until I'm airborne. I mean, I could hide the fucking... Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I could hide the collective if I remember which click function does it. Whatever, it's not a big deal. We'll tune the radio once we're airborne. Hello, SRS, are you gonna connect? Let me just double check the...
Autoerotic defenestration.
Cheers to the Rayson Gelson. Yeah, I'm connecting to the right server. Why is it not fucking working? I mean, we don't really need SRS super badly to fly this thing. It's just nice to actually have comms. Alright, it looks like SRS is a no-go for some reason. I haven't flown the Huey since the update. I should probably do that later. I don't know if I'll do it today, but I should do it. Alright, so you want to head like northeast, I guess, to get to the action. I want to turn vaguely towards the wind as well. Okay, that's got us more or less into the wind. Cross your fingers, cross your toes. I'm going to circle round to the right just to maximize the time I'm into the wind while I'm building my speed up. This stuttering, man, Jesus. Again, I was playing all last night in this aircraft on this server with 0 issues. It's fucking irritating. It's always when I want to stream. I also forgot to tighten up the tension in my fucking throttle, which is going to be a huge problem in this, because it's going to keep beeping at me as the collective slips. Why is the game running so badly? There is no reason it should be running so badly. I don't know. Maybe it is because I'm encoding on CPU. I don't know anymore, to be honest. Like, every time I change it, it fucks up something, so... Oh, it's always maxing out my RAM. DCS is never not maxing out my RAM. DCS and RAM use is like a fucking liquid. It conforms to fill the shape you give it. Like, if you have 32 gig, it will use 32 gig. If you have 64 gig, it will use 64 gig. It doesn't care. You have a static page file set? Yeah, I've got a massive fucking page file. Oh, although to be fair, my page file probably is a bit bigger than the actual amount of space. Well, maybe not. I forget which drive I set it on. I'll have to double check later. But yeah, my page file has always been set to 64 gigs. I really do need to install my new hard drive as well, so at least I can start moving stuff over to that, and I'll have more room. I'm probably gonna get a second NVMe, well, third NVMe as well, and an adapter, like one of the PCI adapters. So then I can shift DCS to that, because I've actually run out of space on my DCS SSD, essentially. I've got like 20 gig left, so if I install Sinai, that's probably going to take up that and then some. So that's going to be happening in the near future, I think, because I'll have to hop over to a bigger NVMe, because like when I set this PC up, I made the critical error of thinking, well, DCS isn't going to get that much bigger, surely. And so the NVMe I used for DCS was split between DCS and my operating system. Guess what? The DCS got a lot bigger, like a lot bigger, even before I started hoarding liveries, so it's bad idea. So yeah, I'll just get another 2 terabyte NVMe, all of them are 2 terabytes, and I'll just use that purely for DCS. And then that frees up what I've currently got for DCS now. I can start sticking other stuff on there. Maybe use it as an expansion for Flight Sim or something like that. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad shout. That would not be a bad shout at all. Just symlink it to my Flight Sim community folder. Although I'll still be probably needing to install add-on linker just to get rid of the fucking hour and change startup times. Also have to check out PCIe lanes distribution in your motherboard. If you fill out everything, things might start getting cut off. Oh, yeah, I should probably do that. I've also got to make sure I have enough physical room for it. I'm not sure if I will. I've got to have a look inside my case and see what space I do and don't have. Because that would be a typical thing for me, is get all this shit and then realize, oh fuck, where am I going to put it? There's no room. Fuck is an HP? Is that a hawk? It's friendly. Oh no, it's a hazard parry. It's an OHP, I think. Is it? Does blue have OHPs in here? Fuck, that'd be nasty if they did. It stopped blocking me anyway. Yeah, my DCS is, it's huge, and it's only going to get huger once I actually install everything. And then I've got a fuck ton of liveries on top of that. Once you get a new CPU and Misfits 2024 comes around, probably just get the 2 biggest NVMEs they have. Well, we'll see what happens with that, because if it does turn out to be not compatible with existing Misfits, I'm probably not going to bother getting it. While I'd like to have all the missions and stuff, I'm not about to start rebuying all of the aircraft I own. Just for that. If there's not compatibility between the games, then holy fuck, that's going to be a huge, stupid mistake on their part, I think. There's no way it's not compatible, they'd cause riots. You underestimate the stupidity of bugmen, my friend. Bugmen probably specifically stipulated it can't be compatible, because that way they wouldn't be able to make as much money. At least in their minds. Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about during the ArmA mission. They've announced Misfits 2024. I'd like to point out, by the way, the Gazelle is a truly based aircraft. Look at the units that the VSI is in. Hectometers per minute. Fucking hectometers per minute. The measure of kings. What is with this frame rate, man? He's not sure. He's like, don't make me do it. So for those that are wondering what I was looking at that guy's hand for, he's usually guarding the controls, but if you bank really steeply to the left, he'll reach out and grab hold of the weapon control console, and if you bank really steeply to the right, he reaches up and grabs hold of the door handle. It's quite cool. And if you hold the bank at just the right angle, he kind of hovers his hand there, like, don't make me. Don't do it. Hey Kamov, good to see you. Does he grab my thigh though? No, not quite. I just got the Gazelle. I've been saying for a while if they fix the flight model, I'd get it straight away, and they fixed the flight model. It actually flies like a real helicopter now. And it's quite fun. So I'm really, really glad that Polychov have managed to pull through on this, and it makes me actually really hopeful for the Kiowa. I think I will actually get the Kiowa now. because they've shown that they can indeed make a helicopter that flies like a helicopter. Also, you can hide the gun sight. It automatically hides it when you load the ATGMs. I can click the click spot and the gun sight will reappear. I just usually don't when I'm rolling with HOTS because I like my visibility. What's the antenna in front of you? It's a dipole antenna. I don't know what it actually does on the real helicopter. It's just visual in DCS. It doesn't actually do anything in the game. But I like the way it looks, so I always carry it. Adding missions to the game is huge, yeah, but if they do it in a way that's not compatible with this existing Misfizz content, it's going to be a huge problem. Because devs are going to have to port stuff over, or remake it from scratch even, probably just port it, it's probably the same engine. You know, people are going to have to rebuy modules, is going to be a pain. If they make it as a paid add-on to the existing game, like you pay and you get the upgrade and it all runs from the same thing, then yeah, that's fine, but if it's a completely standalone thing, it's going to be an absolute fucking pain in the ass. Comm antenna? It could be, yeah. For some reason it feels really heavy for me, despite straight ass curves in the menu. Oh, because it is heavy now, that's the thing. It lost a lot of power, and it also just, it handles more like a helicopter now. So if you're in a clean Gazelle with, say, 60% fuel at or close to sea level, it handles really nicely. If you're loaded up with HOTS, and especially with a lot of fuel, it feels like a cow. It really struggles, because it actually has weight now and the engine's not powered by magic. Oh, heavy in the control field? Yeah, I mean, probably just needs some tweaking on the curves. I'm not running curves on this anymore at all, I'm just running it straight. I just realized, very annoyingly, my fucking stick is blocking like half of chat, so I'm gonna probably be a couple lines behind you guys to catch up. Surprised you haven't self-ignited because of the FM yet? No, it's like, that's the thing. I actually find this quite easy to fly now. The original flight model, which is being generous, I couldn't fly it with that because it just felt wrong. Like, it took me so long to learn how to, like, handle a helicopter. I still don't really understand what they do, like, how they work, but it took me so long to figure out what control inputs to do in a helicopter to make it do a certain thing, that when I tried to fly the old Gazelle, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because it just completely broke my brain, but now it flies how I expect it to, and it handles really, really nicely. That's a pretty nice view. That view and that soundtrack, what a combo. Okay, we don't want to get too high up, we'll be an easy target. You're when adding and reducing power, I just felt it then. You might be compensating with pedals without realizing you're doing it, Skip, because I've noticed myself doing that before. But, like, I'm having to put in more and more pedal as I come off the power here. And I've noticed putting on the power as well, you get a quite pronounced swing. I hear a jet somewhere. Ooh. I see one. I see two. Do you have Sinai map? Not on this install. I've checked out the Sinai map, but I don't have it on my actual, like, multiplayer playable install. Animals in the playlist? I think I got one or two of their songs. Oh, you mean Pink Floyd Animals? I don't remember. Sorry, my brain's not engaged yet. Oof. We are in enemy territory, so I should probably slow my roll a little and start looking for some targets. Don't want to get too close and get deleted by shulkers. Or sparkers. Oh! Never mind, server's cycling. Oh, the campaign's over. Apparently, we won. Back to Caucasus? At least we got to see a cool sunrise over the mountains. Does anyone know who won the previous round of Caucasus? Like, before this round of Syria? Because literally, I was on, it looked like it was about even, like, Blue was still not even... they just pushed Minvodi, but they were going to lose it. And then the next day, Blue had won. Or I think Blue had won. Someone had won, and it must have been Blue, but I don't know how, because they were not doing well when I was on. Modded the lighting at all? Do you have shadows off? No and no. I never play with shadows turned off. Oh, no, what? It's still Syria? Question mark? I'm confused, but okay. Maybe, no, I think it was just was it just a server reset? I don't fucking know. Manually switched over? Oh, okay. So I should probably not slot up yet then? Catch up on chat a bit. Brand new simulator, yeah, okay, we saw that one. Graphics update, don't think so. I don't know, this gives me a weird feeling. It has the Bugman stink on it. Incidentally, did you guys know that not everyone realizes ants have a smell? Like, this may be a revelation to some of you. You can smell ants, or at least some of us can smell ants. Apparently, it's like the whole thing where some people taste cilantro as, like, edible, and some people taste it as soap. I don't know if it's the same gene, but there's a similar thing where some people can smell formic acid and some people can't, and ants leave formic acid trails everywhere. So, like, I can smell ants. They smell like old socks. But there are people that don't realize that. Off 2 cycles of 1, it's not fixed, so I wouldn't wait. Okay, I won't. I'll slot up. I don't know what the fuck FARP I should spawn at. I'll just go down the list and spawn at the furthest forward one it lets me. Okay, can't do 511. Can we do 513? Can we do 517? I guess the whole of row 5 we probably can't do. 610? We can do 610. Hey, and SRS finally fucking connected itself. Oh, I forgot to tune my radio last time, didn't I? Big brain, Overlord bot, we'll set tripwire 15, ground crew, get rid of the doors, please.
Copy.
We'll get the correct livery. The only correct livery as far as I care. What I really hope is we get a... Not, like, in the super close future, because they've already done a ton of work on this, way more than I expected them to. But it would be really cool if one day we got a version with the Malyutka. The actual Yugo version with the fucking Malyutka. God, that'd be based. I would fly this thing so much if I could fire fucking Malyutkas from it. Oh no, this isn't the Tiger livery. This is the Yugoslav livery. We're out here defending brotherhood and unity.
Refueling complete.
Let me just check SRS on the... Interesting. Okay, it's still not connected to the game. Does it just not... Oh, it's probably because I haven't updated it since the Gazelle update. Fuck it, we don't need SRS. We'll get rid of that shit. I'm not going to be talking to many people in this thing anyway. Usually it's just like... Last night I was just talking through text if I saw something. I was scouting out helicopters and such. Can't remember if Matt Wagner did the voiceovers for tutorials in Lomac or if it was just text. Yeah, I don't remember either. It has been a very long time since I played that. Okay, I think everything's on that needs to be on. Cool, cool. So you want to cycle it to the left, barely back at all, like almost you don't need to pull it back, you just push it left. Are we on a mountaintop? Yes we are. We're not going to have a lot of performance on takeoff here. We'll turn into the wind-ish. Into the wind also happens to be into the mountain though, which is not ideal. Take recon troops, they weigh a lot. That's the problem, is troops weigh a fucking lot. And the Gazelle's performance up hot and high is pretty marginal with hots loaded. I'd have to cut back my fuel load to 30% or less, potentially. I mean, we can take some, but... Oh, 200 kilos, they're lighter than fucking special forces, at least. See how we go for takeoff performance. At least this FARP's relatively flat to the ground, so if I do fall off the edge, it's not gonna fuck me up too hard. Yeah, I got no performance. We're gonna have to get rid of some fuel. Dragging the skids until ETL has ended poorly for me so far, so I don't know about that one, Chief. I actually ran out of fuel last night. Because I had to divert from... I was planning to go back to El Dumer to refuel. I think it was El Dumer? It was... No, Al Qusair, that's the one. By the lake, near Homs. I was going back there to refuel and fucking red captured it right as I came into its air defense range, so I narrowly avoided getting fucking smacked by an SR, and then I was like, shit, now I've got to divert to, whatchamacallit, Rene Muad. I didn't have the fuel for it. And I also learnt that my auto-rotation skills are severely lacking. Face planted into a hill. Yep. Dragging the skids till ETL is probably not going to go very well. Does it auto-rotate properly? I don't know, because I can scarcely auto-rotate at the best of times. Somebody who's actually good at helicopters would have to tell you that. I'm gonna break the fucking rotor. I gotta get rid of more fuel. This is why I don't really... Like, I stopped taking troops. It's just... The performance loss is way too bad, especially at higher altitudes. If I was going to do reconnaissance troops with any regularity, I'd be flying unarmed. What's your altitude? Fucking 2,500? That's feet, I think, though. The VSI is in hectometers, but I think the altimeter's in feet in this. We'll just see if we can go with what we've got. We can't go with what we've got. I'm getting rid of the troops, they're just too heavy. And we'll add another 5% fuel back. I might have to duck down to a lower altitude FARP and pick up more fuel and or dudes down there. I'm hoping I didn't break the helicopter, because that was a pretty rough bounce. Oh shit! We got a raid! Campbell, cheers for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. Welcome to watching me fail upwards, sometimes, mostly downwards actually, in the Gazelle. It's my second day flying this thing. And I am not very good at it. Oh, as you can probably see. Yeah, it's still struggling. Absolutely struggling. Oh, that... Yeah, that was a crunch. I think we broke something. This was not a good FARP to spawn from. I'm gonna have to cut the... You know what? We're gonna get rid of the missiles. Although I don't think we even lose that much weight. Oh, we do. We lose 200 kilos. The, it's mostly the, like, the racks for them. The missiles themselves don't weigh much. I picked the worst possible FARP to try and take off from in this thing. If you went with one missile each side, you wouldn't save that much weight? No, I checked it last night because I was curious, and it really is not as much as you'd think. It was like, I think I saved like maybe 100 kilos or something like that. There we go, that's a bit more like it. It's still struggling, but at least it's kind of flying now. Yeah, I know the engine's not very happy with me, but the engine's gonna have to deal with it. There we go. Thanks for the follow. Just gotta try and coordinate myself a little here. Once we're down from these mountains, we'll go find a FARP or an airfield or something. We'll top the fuel back up and maybe grab some troops then. What's your PC build? If you put !specs or !PC, my bot should tell you if he's actually awake today. It's a pretty cool view from up here though. Alright. So we're pretty close to the front line. We'll go down to Ryak and we'll rearm there. So we'll pop down to the right here. I sit pretty close to my monitor, so honestly it's not that big of a deal only having a 24-inch monitor. I've got two of them. I use the second one mostly for chat when I'm streaming or Discord when I'm not. But yeah, like, even now if I'm away from home for a while, like on a laptop or whatever, and I come back home, I'm like, oh wow, my monitor's huge. It's only 24 inches, but because it's relatively close to me, it feels a lot bigger than it is. Couldn't even fit a 34 on my desk? Yeah, I probably couldn't either. Certainly not with the second one there. My eyesight's bad enough as well that there's like not much point to a bigger monitor for me, because it just means I'm gonna have to sit further away from it, and then I'm gonna even, you know, I'm gonna struggle even more to spot pixels. Like, it's hard enough as it is, and I can lean right in close to it and put my eyes up against the glass, but it's a thing a lot of people fail to realize when they talk about spotting and resolution in DCS. Resolution doesn't matter, it's the angular resolution. It's how big your monitor is and how close you sit to it, more than the actual resolution the game runs at. Ooh, I need to slow down a bit or I'm gonna retreating blade stall myself. Today I remember when a 15-inch was a bourgeois luxury monitor size. Yeah, the great big fucking 15-inch brick weighed like half a ton. Remember going to LANs back when you still had a CRT and that was the heaviest part of your fucking computer you had to lug around? Like when you moved into a place that was upstairs and you had to fucking lug the CRT up the stairs and hope you didn't drop it or bump it into anything? Happier times, more innocent times. Well, you know, happier for some of us at least. That's Ryak there. 32-inch CRT, oh, yeah. Yeah, that would do it. What do you need the control panel for? Does the throttle not have enough buttons? Actually, no, it doesn't. The control panel also has some specifically useful things, like the landing gear lever, which is enormously useful for the MiG-21. Because it's a 3-position, so I actually, to neutral out my landing gear in the MiG-21, I just move the handle to neutral on the actual physical control. It also gives me 3 encoders, which I use for the 3 trim axes in most aircraft. They also have other purposes depending on what I'm flying, but usually I use them as trim. I've got a pair of guarded switches, one of which is my MiG-21 engine relight, and then I've got a panel of 3 vertically stacked buttons, which are my flap buttons for Soviet stuff. So I've got up, takeoff, landing. So the nice thing about the control panel is it maps 1-to-1 with a lot of the aircraft I fly. Also, I didn't actually pay for it. It was gifted to me by a very generous regular viewer here who had a spare and was like, hey, do you want it? I was like, sure. And that was the first piece of Virpil gear that I got, and that was what kind of persuaded me I should replace my Warthog when I finally cracked the shits with it. That was what persuaded me to buy Virpil stuff to replace it. That was Quantum Monk's doing. It was very, very kind to send that over here, especially given how much shipping costs to Australia. Have I gone past the runway? I probably have, haven't I? Yeah. Oh no, there it is in front of me. My landings in this thing are not pretty, so brace yourselves. I find I have the same issue I have in the Huey, which is I catch the skids on things. I'm too used to having a helicopter that has wheels. I was also a little premature in bleeding off all that speed. Rich man can afford wheels. No, just the man who designs his helicopters in a sane way. Soviet helicopters all have wheels. I'm actually kind of curious what led to Western helicopters being skid-based for so long? Because, like, I don't know, what is it about skids that is better than wheels? There would have, like, there had to have been a reason they chose that and continued to choose it. I just don't know what that reason is. Can't pop a tire on a skid, true enough. Less maintenance, yeah. I wonder if wheelie helicopters are as prone to fucking resonance, like ground resonance, as skid helicopters are. That's a That's a question, actually. Because I've only ever seen skid helicopters do it, but I'm sure wheelie ones could too. Less drag on the yeah, actually that is true. Unless you got retractable gear. I like how he's just fucking side-eyeing me like, you better not fuck up this time. I've survived enough of your landings, I don't want to be in hospital after this one too. Oh, now's not a good time for the game to stutter. Hey, that was surprisingly not awful. Don't worry, plenty of ways I can make up for that. So let's... Wow, we used a lot of fuel just for that short flight. So yeah, we want like probably 40%. What's my altitude here? Like 500 feet? No, 1,000 feet, just under 900. 950 we'll call it, we'll split the diff. So 950 feet. We might be struggling a little with the troops. We're going to be close to our max takeoff weight. What's the outside temp? 10 degrees? Gameplay, choose the follow. We might get away with it, we'll try it. And if the helicopter's not willing to get off the ground, then we'll dump him out again. Might be meters. It could be? Actually, yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's feet, even though the other instruments are metric. No, you're right. It's all metric. 924 meters. I guess it makes sense. We're an Army helicopter, right? And the Army uses metric. Even the US Army uses metric. They just have both sets of measurements in things like the Apache. But yeah, this is French and it's Army, so it'll all be metric. Oy, 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 oy. A little unsteady. Can I avoid ending up in a bush, please? I'm really not making a very clean job of this. Yeah, I know. Just get me ETL and then we're good. Then we can dial the power back a bit. Really should have tensioned this fucking throttle, but I completely forgot. It's one minor inconvenience with the Virpil throttle, is that I have to actually take the base plate off and tighten the screws internally to tension it, but it's not that big of a deal, I just forgot to do it earlier. No, it doesn't. At least not that I've noticed. It's got a pair of them, so you undo the base plate and you screw it in from like underneath the throttles, like where the sensors are. Catch you later, Cotty. Sleep well, man. Okay, so we've got a fair ways to go north. Oh shit, Wuja's close to the front line. Oh, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to fuck with Wuja. Probably make sure my master arm's on. That could have been awkward. Keep an eye out for red helicopters. I accidentally flew into formation of them last night, and they didn't notice me. I don't know how I got away with it. 3 Hinds and a Mi-8. I was coming the opposite way. I flew literally between them. They somehow didn't see me. And I had HOTS loaded, so I couldn't really do anything to them. We've got some aircraft up ahead. I just saw a speck there in the distance. He's dropped below the tree line now. So we follow this power line up the valley. Should be as the valley starts to open out, we should hit some enemy units. So we got a while of flying left yet. Does anyone here remember what the range is to drop reconnaissance troops? Like how far they'll spot things? It's like 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers or something, right? It's only fairly small. It's going to be interesting getting close enough to where there's ground units without getting meaned on by like a BMP-2 or a Shilka or a Sparko or something. They buffed it? Okay. We'll see how we go. What I might do, rather than flying in the middle of the fucking open valley like a dimwit, I might veer over to the right and follow the foot of the hill, so I've got a little bit of terrain concealment. Because if a red helicopter or a low-flying MiG comes along here, they'll spot me so easily. Plus, it's not like I need to follow the power line exactly, because it's not like I'm going to get lost in this valley. It's pretty easy to navigate. There's only one direction I can really go, right? You know, Half-Life Marathon stream where you play Half-Life 1 opposing for probably not going to, because the amount of time that would take me, there's no way I can stay conscious for it. I'd be tempted to do something like that as a theme over a couple of streams, maybe, but I don't know when, to be honest with you. Probably not anytime soon. The other thing as well is, Half-Life 1 is going to be a slog for me, because I have to admit, I came to Half-Life pretty late. Like, I played Half-Life 2 first, and by the time I went back to playing Half-Life 1, it did not age super graciously. Now, it's not to say it wasn't a fun game, it was a very fun game, but some segments of it did not age quite as well, like, for instance, on a rail. So not just because of the pretty graphics, but I actually prefer Black Mesa over the original Half-Life, just because I feel like Black Mesa is how you do a remake. They took what was good about Half-Life and they just hit the amplifier on it, and they took the parts that weren't so good, and they didn't get rid of them, but they cut them down, like, to trim off some of the fat. Like, the pacing in Black Mesa feels so good compared to Half-Life 1. Opposing Force, I did start playing it. I don't remember if I ever finished it. I think I might have. I played it once and it was long ago. Because it was one of the few things that my laptop could, like my old laptop could reliably run, so I think I played it while I was out visiting the farm one time. Zen in Black Mesa is way too long. I disagree. I actually really like Zen in Black Mesa. If it was more like it was in Half-Life 1, I would agree, because there wasn't really much to Zen in Half-Life 1, but Black Mesa, it was long. I'll give you that, it was quite long, and I was always wondering, like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? But I liked it, because artistically it was fucking beautiful. Really beautiful. And the gameplay was pretty decent, too. So I was okay with Zen being super long in Black Mesa. I'd rather have more Zen than more on a rail, put it that way. I don't remember if I played Blue Shift. Christ, we're not there yet. It's one thing you notice flying the Gazelle. I mean, you notice it in the Huey too, but when you fly the Gazelle after mostly flying red helicopters, you feel so slow. Like, unless I'm banging it down a hillside, the most I'm likely to see out of this thing is about 200, 230 kilometers an hour. And it'll VRS at 300. Or just past 300. Well, not VRS, sorry, RBS, Retreating Blade Stall. I don't understand helicopters. Well, the Mi-8 will quite happily do 300. It'll do 350 if you push it. But usually, like, when I'm flying the Mi-8, I'll be cruising at around 250 minimum, more like 280 or 300. In the Hind, catch me below 300, never. It's really noticeable when you come back to the Gazelle. Fun fact, the weapon animations in OPFOR vs Half-Life 1 are different in subtle ways. Yeah, that's quite common in older games like that. The Doom series was like that too. Like, I think, from memory, the way you can tell between Doom 1 and Doom 2 weapons was the animations had more frames in Doom 2. So, like, graphically they looked exactly the same in still images, but as soon as you actually see the animations are smoother, because they had more frames. Not a graphic fidelity thing? It kind of is. Oh, the way Adrian controls weapon recoil versus Gordon. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that, to be fair. But also, it's been forever since I played either of them. I'm really feeling the fact I only got a couple hours of sleep last night. Jesus Christ. I have not actually ever played any of the System Shock games. You gotta remember, I got into, like, actual gaming fairly late. When I was a kid, I didn't really do any gaming, and then most of what I got into was flight sims. Like, I didn't get into any of the... I've pretty much never played any of the classic boomer shooters, or most of the classic sort of... what genre would you even call, like, System Shock or Deus Ex or whatever? I guess they're technically shooters, but they're also a bit more than a shooter. Anyway, I played, like, the original Deus Ex. I don't remember if I ever finished it. It was one of the games I used to play on my laptop when I was away from home. But, I've never played any of the System Shock games. I've also never played, to memory, any of the Doom games. I've seen enough gameplay footage of them that I generally get the gist, but I haven't played them myself. I don't know, I might check it out at some point. A bunch of stuff I gotta check out, to be honest. I'm still so far backlogged on games I need to play. Probably will remain so for eternity, let's be real. Doesn't learn shitty jump scares like many modern horror games, that's always a good thing. I'm not a fan of jump scares. Not at all. It's been really quiet here. You almost forget we're playing on a really, like, heavily populated multiplayer server. But we are. We're pretty close to the front line. In fact, I think I see some units over there, but I'm not sure whose they are. Might start turning that way. I think that should be your red side of the line. Yeah, I've noticed that, Mol. I really noticed that, especially last night flying around in this thing. Sometimes I'd see like, just shit everywhere. Sometimes I'd see nothing for hours on end. Oh yeah, that's definitely on the red side of the line. How far is it across this valley? Like 14 Ks. I think the range of the HOTS is like 4 kilometers or something. It's really short, like you're inside Shilka range to fire the HOT. So you have to get pretty close. I'll bleed off a bit more of my speed on the way over, so I'm not trying to hockey stop it at the last moment. That looks like a target there. But it might be friendly. It's right on the edge of the line, so it might be friendly. Right there. Well, we'll have a look. We have a periscope, we'll have a look. Getting it into a stable hover is a bit challenging for me. Oh wait, I've got troops on board, don't I? I'll set them down here. Don't VRS, please. Caught that just in time. Oh, what? Oh, I'm right on the edge of the hex. Okay, I gotta... Hey, Marduk, good to see you, man. Do you have the Gazelle, by the way? No? It's worth picking up now that it actually has a flight model. Like, legit, this is really cool. I'm glad they fixed it, and I'm glad I now own it. I was just thinking, if you had it, we could do some multi-crew stuff, because apparently the multi-crew works now. Oh, there's a Tomcat locking me up. Please don't kill me. Am I in a hex now, or am I still outside of it? We'll find out here in a second. Oh, oh, that was a little harder than I would have liked. Yeah, we should be in a hex now. See, I'm of the opinion that, like, I'm happy to see any dev kind of turn a corner and fix their shit, and, like, you saw that with the Vigan. I'm glad Polychopper managed to get this where it should be, and it makes me actually hopeful for the Kiowa. So I'm happy to support them now that they've fixed this, and I'm hoping that we don't have to deal with this situation again. I'm hoping that they've learned from it, but it is a fun little thing to fly now, which is why I picked it up. Oh. 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 No, let's actually fix our trim before we try that. What is wrong with me? Well, I'm taking off completely away from the wind. That's probably what's wrong with me. Jesus Christ. Are you guys not going to go do something? Why did I even bring you if you're not going to go do something? You're okay there, bud? Apparently not. Whoops. Always forget to turn that alarm off. They have a 5-minute counter? Oh, okay. I can just get myself into a somewhat stable hover. Oh, fuck me. That was not a pleasant thing. I just pressed the fucking hover autopilot button, it tried to kill me. It's probably my fault for being out of trim when I pressed it, but... Come on, no, don't drift into the power lines. Do not drift into the power lines. Auto hover doesn't work at the moment? Okay, disregard me then. Gotta be careful of the trees too. Syria trees are made of concrete. If you so much as touch them, you die. Just something I wish that Uber would fix. Oh! 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 Nope! 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 Absolutely fucking not! Jesus Christ! And now there's a MiG-19 here as well. Excellent. I forgot that T-55s in DCS have the fucking Bastion. Fuck. This complicates things a lot. At least I think that was the T-55 shooting a Bastion? Or was that a... I didn't even get a good look at it because I just saw the ATGM and freaked out. Might have been a BMP. I'm probably still in range here too as well. Shit. It's gunfire going over there as well. Hey, we found some stuff. You're right, they did buff it. Holy shit. Oops, I keep mashing my face into that. I should probably stop doing that. Fucking shit! God, I wish auto hover worked. Well, we damaged the building at least. I am so dead here in a second. Fuck's sake, man. Get into a stable hover, you shit. Never mind. You really need a two-person crew with this since auto hover's not working right. Well, actually, I say that. I think auto hover is working. You just have to already basically be in a correct hover for it to work properly. Because it seemed to be working the other day when I tried it. It was just really janky. Devs have said it's busted? Oh, okay.
Ross, you're 345
Polar, you come do it. You come do it. You try and control the helicopter in a stable hover, which is already hard enough to do if you're bad at helicopters like me, while fucking guiding an ATGM. Because that's the thing, you're still guiding the ATGM a bit, it's not perfectly stabilized. Like, the site's not perfectly stabilized, it will drift. Right, where is it? It's behind that group of trees, right? We'll just gently skate it left a bit. I gotta be right skid low to hover. Oi, can we not crunch into the ground, please? I gotta be right skid low to hover. You know what'd be really useful in this? A fucking hover indicator like the Hind has. Or like the fucking Mini 500 in Misfits has. Okay, that's still focused on the same thing, which is good news. Come on, man. The nose is drifting so much. I'm a bit too heavy on the pedals. I've managed to VRS it a couple times, but also I'm really bad at helicopters, so, you know, maybe that's not saying too much. This is ground stabbed. Oh, fuck, it was. Now I fucked it up. Lost my target. Should be a bit left. I'm gonna do like 3 things at once here, and it's really difficult because I'm a monkey. No, it's to the right. Oh, come on, man. It's in there somewhere. I'm getting too close now, probably. That's it there. Should be pretty much directly on the nose. Right there. It was a BM... No, it's a BMD that shot at me, I think. See a BMD there. It would be fucking nice if I could stabilize myself a bit. I'm probably getting shot at by a hind. Oh, no, someone else is getting shot at by a hind. This is fine. I see that. No, 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 no. I see that. You ain't doing that to me again. No, you don't need to put me in an Apache, and I have no intention of flying it. I'm just really not that interested in it. I hear a jet as well. Fucking hover hands over here. Me trying to make adjustments to the collective is why the nose was swinging so wildly, by the way. That is a thing. Very much a thing. More or less off the nose. There you are. It'd be easier going for the T-55, to be honest. Please be in range. Did that detonate before... Oh my god, am I just out of range? I'm gonna commit on alive. I swear to god. I'm just out of range, for fuck's sake. Oh! Fuck. Okay, I give up. I really need a second person in this thing so I can focus on hovering while they engage stuff. Now I gotta figure out where the fuck my troops are unless they've despawned by now. They're right next to me, apparently. Where my guys at? I flew right over them. Okay. Remind me, recon troops are multiple use, right? Like, as soon as I pick them back up, I can drop them off somewhere again? Or do I have to go back to, like, the FARP or the airfield or somewhere? I forget. I haven't really done helicopter stuff on here for a very long time. They're to my left. Should be just across this creek. I think I see them. Just on the far side of the power line. And variant easier? Yeah, it probably is. But there's no M's in this server anymore, and I also like the periscope. Don't tell me somebody killed him. So I bet the Hind spotted him and strafed him or some shit. They look somewhat dead to me. They look very dead to me. Yes, they are indeed dead. Well, fuck. We spotted a bunch of stuff, at least. That's useful if somebody comes and kills it. Our nearest friendly FARP is probably about the same distance as Ryak is, and it's also over some mountains. So you know what, we're just gonna go back to Ryak and rearm, refuel, and grab some more dudes. That's a Kazovac mission. Yeah, I think they're past even that. Oh, just caught it. Just caught it. It wanted to do something unpleasant there. Yeah, I know. Bit wiggly on takeoff, yes. Also, I'm a bit wiggly on takeoff. I'm not very good at helicopters in general. I'm pretty new to this one. I see an aircraft way off in the distance down there. Well, two of them actually. There's one there and one there. Because, you know, spotting at the moment is so broken, it's not even funny. Surprised the Gazelle isn't on red yet. Blue will probably, oh sorry, yeah, blue will probably want something to replace it, like a Kiowa when that comes. Oh, that's a Shilka. Woo! Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Please be asleep. Please be asleep. Please be asleep. Oh my god, he's asleep. Mashallah, he did not notice us. Though he had something else following him, which is probably another Hind or a Mi-8. And that might notice me. Oh, he did notice me. He's trying to kill me with fucking missiles. This becomes a problem because if he's actively chasing me, he will run me down. I cannot outrun a hind. No matter what I do, I will not outrun a hind. Yep. F. We tried. We tried. RIP. Yeah, not anymore. He just war crimed us. Actually, no, we'll get rid of that and we'll just fly lightly load until we get down to Ryak. Otherwise, we're going to have a really unpleasant flight. Again. We'll get rid of this since we're going to be running ATGMs anyway. I just now noticed that this has a little moving indexer on it. That's pretty cool. Alright. Old mate must have despawned. Okay. That's concerning. That looked kind of like a MiG silhouette. It's quite concerning. Let's just get the fuck out of here and get down to Ryak pronto. Oh, pedo heat. There's the airport. Hinds are pretty aerobatic too when they're lightly loaded. There are some stories floating around about some of the things the pilots did in Afghanistan to show off to the consultants from MIL that came to see how the Army liked their new helicopters, or Air Force, how the Air Force liked their new helicopters. I don't know how true they are, but they involve things like barrel rolls and loops being done, so... Allegedly, the MIL representatives were fucking horrified. I'm not using Spotify, I've just got this running through a YouTube playlist. You put exclamation mark... Oh, it won't give you the actual playlist, because I don't think I've updated the bot yet. But if someone wants to grab the link from the Discord and drop it in. Welcome back to DCS. I've been playing off and on for, I don't know, like 2 weeks now-ish. But yeah, I still haven't been playing a whole lot. I just haven't had as much time. And I've been kind of struggling to get back into it as well. I've become very rusty in my absence. Let's fly towards all the fucking shit on the RWR. Should take me there. Back when this could easily do them with no real consequences, they used to do it to avoid getting shot, particularly with missiles, but like if Hinds tried to gun them, they just do a fucking barrel roll. You can still do it with the Gazelle, but it's a little harder and you want more altitude to start it. I'm gonna do something very stupid here. Very stupid. Very stupid. You can recover from it, just don't do what I just did. I did one last night, and it didn't end in a smoking hole in the ground. But I should have known better than to do it on stream, because everything I attempt to do on stream ends poorly. Yeah, we'll just roll with same as before. We'll buzz down to Ryak and rearm. I kind of wish you could spawn the helicopters at the airfields. It'd just save me a lot of time. And sometimes you do actually want to spawn in an airfield rather than a FARP, but... oh well. I suppose they haven't got enough spawn spots left open.
Refueling complete. I've checked out Sinai briefly. It looked pretty cool.
I haven't got it installed on this DCS install though, so I can't really show it on stream. Just pretend this is Sinai, yeah. Totally the same thing, right? There is actually some overlap between the maps. Excuse me. So Sinai's northern cutoff is a little bit north of the Sea of Galilee. Like up around Rosh Pina kind of area, Golan Heights. So there is some overlap, which is pretty cool. Would actually make it really good for on Enigma service. So when you win a Syria campaign, you go to Sinai or vice versa, like a straight continuation of the last campaign. Don't mind me thrashing the shit out of the engine. I think what happened on that attempted fucking roll was I was a little too fast going into it, and I actually entered retreating blade stall as I was trying to recover it. I think that's what happened. Like, because I was coming downhill, the speed I'm doing now, if I tried to do a loop now, that is exactly what had happened. I'd hit RBS on the way down, and that'd be the end of it. I couldn't recover that last one. Is it any better? The Gazelle is fucking way better. Still a few little things that probably need tuning here and there, but it flies like an actual helicopter now. And we also have all this fun equipment to play with. An actual periscope, none of that TV bullshit, an actual periscope. Which I am hopelessly bad at using. Alright, there's Ryak. It's a multiplayer... Oh, multi-crew? I've heard from friends that it works really well now, but I haven't tried it myself. So I can't say for sure. Pink Floyd, yep. Oh, a little wobbly. We'll take some angry boys this time. This Sinai? No, this is Syria. I haven't got Sinai installed at the moment. Don't have enough space. Just double check it actually loaded the troops. Yep. I can't do Overlord from here. I have to do it on the actual FARP, apparently. That's alright. Hey, Fragged, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. See, I have DCS on an NVMe, but I made the mistake of thinking I would have enough room to split it with my operating system. That was a mistake. It was a 2 terabyte as well. At least I think it was. Pretty sure it's a 2. My Misfits one is 2. This might be a 1. Either way, I'm going to end up getting another one just on a PCIe adapter, and I'm going to whack DCS on that instead. So it's, you know, just purely on its own. I've got this one plus the second one I use for Misfizz, which I'm also out of space on. Hey, Palm. No, you should. It is, but he won't install it anyway. We've had this discussion. Good luck. Psycho, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. The Misfizz one, at least, once I do actually get around to installing add-on linker and shifting stuff around, it shouldn't be as much of an issue, because I'll only have what I've actually, what I've actually got enabled through add-on linker running in there at any given time, or at least that's the plan. But I gotta get around to doing that first. The Skyhawk's actually supported as well as, if not better than, some official modules, but I know I'm not going to convince you otherwise because we've already had this discussion so many times. But, like, the Skyhawk is basically at the level where it may as well be one. It just won't be because of, they've decided that they don't want to make it an official thing and sign anything over to ED, which is, I understand why they've decided that, but it's a pain. We PvPing in this beast? Attempting to, yes. Today's PvP antics have so far been limited to me getting fucked up by a hind, but, project you had 3 years ago? Which one? You've been doing a lot of stuff over the past couple of years, Pom. It's hard to keep track of. So, oh yeah. The one that we stress tested by nuking the living shit out of NTTR? Yeah, I remember that one. That was what helped me perfect my RN28 delivery, so thank you for enabling me to do that on Alpin's server. Getting spun back up. Nice. We've got a bit of a flight ahead of us because the front line's all the way down the other end of this valley. That's alright. Just more practice for handling this thing without smashing it into something. Oh! Front line moved! Disregard me. Front line moved. Well, we found a target. Not your day today. This is how most of my streams go. I don't like the vibrating the helicopter's currently doing. That's very concerning. I feel like I got a blade clipped or something. I'm gonna drop my little angry men and hope they have enough range to hit that. Soften it up, and then we'll start looking for stuff to lob ATGMs at. VRS! Oh my god. Can I not wipe them out with my fucking tail? I think my tail rotor's fucked. Or my fenestron, whatever you want to call it. Oh, yes it is. I snapped it off without landing. Bruh. Fucking bruh. I should have waited for them to clear the helicopter before I tried to take off again. This is going absolutely fantastically. Is there a better FARP I can fucking spawn at, where I don't have to fucking piss about waiting for the fucking thing to... No. We'll go back up, we'll come down to Ryak, and we'll rearm there, and then we'll do the same thing again.
Copy. Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy. Refueling complete. Rearming complete.
Fail compilation live. Yeah, this is normal for me. Especially in a helicopter. No, this actually flies like a proper helicopter now. That's why I'm flying it. That's why I even own it. Be very funny if someone spawned on that pad right as I was doing that. 5. Hey Fenrir, good to see you, man. Come pick me up and give me a lift to Macca's. I'm not sure if you want to get a lift to Macca's in this thing with me. It might not end well. How's your week been? It's been okay. Kind of busy. Not bad though. Squad is KIA, I noticed. I fucking noticed. There's the runway there. Yeah, this is Syria. Kind of in the, like, mid-western bit of the map, around Ryak. This is actually Ryak Air Base here. Something like Idaho. It does kind of have a certain resemblance, hey? Gained a whole new appreciation for the map flying this thing. There's a lot of little details you don't see from up higher. Of course, there's also some, you know, funny issues with the terrain that you don't see from up higher in places as well, but overall it's pretty nice down low. Distinct lack of bigot fundamentalist compounds and potato farms. Oops, we don't want to overdo it.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
Yeah, we were discussing that earlier, Pom. I have some concerns, as you might imagine. Come on, give me my missiles so I can go. There we go. Oh, that was nearly bad. I'm still getting used to the takeoff trim for this. I tend to overkill it a bit, I think. I also am pretty heavy now with those troops on board, so... Well, Heli's changed? I have no idea. The Huey got an update pretty recently with like a major engine overhaul and some other stuff that affected the flight model. The Gazelle obviously has had a pretty big overhaul. I have no idea what, if anything's happened to the Apache. I think the Apache, they've just been adding features. I doubt they've really heavily rebeaked anything. They've probably just been adding stuff that was missing. I'm going to be real with you, I have like zero interest whatsoever in the Apache, so I don't even bother reading its patch notes. I just don't really care. Don't know why I'm bothering to tune that, it's not like I'm going to be using it. We should be across the front line shortly. That over there is the target that we previously got lit up by, I think. Nice. Well, have fun. Hey, look, man. You were warned that you'd get fucked around. We did tell you. Might even engage it from here with the ATGMs and then drop the troops for whatever's left. I'm expecting to miss with every single ATGM shot anyway, let's be real. Just hopefully there's nothing there with scary ATGMs of its own, like last time. Can I, like, avoid sinking, please? We might need to drop the troops first, because they're kind of giga heavy. I suppose I could just slowly float towards the target. No, we'll drop the troops. We'll drop them. Well, a little hard. Little hard. Kind of worried about that one. That's not what I wanted to press. Can't unlock... My brother in Christ. Oh, I'm in blue territory still. Fuck's sake. Hang on, let me ditch my trim before I smack myself into something. Creep forwards a bit. We don't need to go too far. I have doubts. I have doubts, Pom. Put it that way. Oh no, that's the target that engages, isn't it? Fuck, it's right on the edge of the fucking zone. Shit, 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 shit! Well, at least I know my fucking secret squirrels will go blow shit up, because I'm right next to it. Just gotta try not to get murdered on the way down. Try not to smack myself into the dirt on the way down. Fuck, I think I just lost my tail rotor again. I've really got to get on top of these landings. I'm pretty heavy, though, in this configuration, which is the issue. Alright, let's just gently lift. No, she's turning. I still got a tail rotor. Okay, good. What I do need to do is zero out my trim. I can't easily read what that says, but thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm still using the turbo scuffed setup where I have to check my phone for alerts because they won't show on my actual monitor. I'm sure there's a way to fix that, but, like, I'm stupid. So despite streaming for this many years, I still haven't figured it out. It ain't happening. Ain't happening. We'll get some distance between me and this. I'll turn around and I'll just sit on the ground, I think, until my boys do their thing, and then I'll mop up what's left with the ATGMs. Should have asked them to put you in the 7th Fleet. I hear it's all fun and games in the 7th Fleet. You get to come visit. So we know there's a target right there. And then there was another one over here somewhere, I think. Not sure if it'd come the better out of that. What's it, like the comparative tonnage between the two of them? Is it? Okay. I mean, it'd still be a fucking international incident, so it might not be ideal, but... Where's the Aussie carrier when needed? What Aussie carrier? Can't be fucking trusted with carriers. I'm surprised they even let the Navy have fucking helicopter decks. Bro. Crash the desktop? Or is it server restart? Might be server restart. Although the cut-in sound is usually crash the desktop. It was a crash. Oh my god. What time is it? 9:30. Do you use foot pedals? Yes, I use MFG crosswinds, and I probably wouldn't be able to fly helicopters without them. As it is, I can barely fly helicopters. I wonder if your troops despawn if you crash. Don't know. You know what, guys? I think we'll make it a shorter stream today, and hopefully next time DCS will be a little more cooperative. I would have liked to get a bit more Gazelle action in, but I'm half asleep, so I'm flying like shit, and the game's crashing. So I'm going to find someone to send you guys off to, and then I'm going to get some sleep. Well, should I get some... if I sleep now, it's going to fuck me up for the rest of the week, so I don't know. Let's collude. Hurry up. I'm not waiting around for another 10 minutes. Be quick. So let me do this one. This is going to be a bit of a debate. I'm not actually going to be right back online shortly, but I'm just switching scenes. Started it? Yeah, alright. I'll get set up for the raid then. But overall appraisal of the post-patch Gazelle, it's a lot of fun to fly. I quite like it. The ATGM guidance does still seem like it could use some work. It does seem a bit odd for what should be SAC-loss missiles. Controlling the periscope's a little finicky, but that may just be the way I've got the control set up more than anything, because the thumb hat on this is an Xbox controller thumbstick essentially, and so it kind of does weird shit towards the edges of its movement range. But overall, it's a massive improvement over what it was. I'm really happy to see the state it's in now. So hopefully the Kiowa will now be able to enter its kind of final stage and then pop out, and who knows from there. Alright, I'm going to send you guys off to POM so you can catch a now rare POM stream. Just bear with me while I set the rate up. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the new subs and the resubs and all the follows, and for all of you who just hung out in chat. And I'll probably see you the same time next week. I would like to get some more streams in through the week, but it just has not turned out to be feasible yet, so... There we go, raid is set up. Catch you guys on the next one. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe and enjoy POM.